Hello everyone, this is Dimitri with Ukidz LLC, UGears US. We're going to be doing another wonderful model by UGears. It's a licensed product, the Harry Potter Quidditch Pinball. Pretty nice and exciting model, one of a kind for UGears. And looks like it's going to be nice and fun to assemble and then to play. So it's not only the display, it's also can be played with. This is a little bit an older style box, but let's start by opening it up, removing the plastic, and going to see what we have inside. So we got, let's see, quite a few boards, which is kind of interesting. We got a few, make sure you don't lose the balls because they fell out right away. So let's see, I got eight boards. So fairly large model. We have inside the instructions. We got balls, the pinballs, I guess, or marbles. I'll open that one later. We have obviously some nice print for decorations. As always, we got some rubber bands. We have wax stick, which I'm gonna put aside. We have a sandpaper, which comes in every single kit right now, and some, I guess, stoppers or whatever. So we're gonna get back to these later. We're gonna put it aside. And this is a, let's see, 402 pieces model. So it is on the advanced level. Usually the advanced level means that it's just going to take a little bit longer to assemble and you need to pay more attention to it. So it's not a simple model. It's a little bit more complex. So a lot of attention to detail pieces. All right, so let's start with the manual. As always, the beginning of the manual is just, hey, be careful, you know, try to remove the parts with the knife if they're fragile, use wax, make sure all the mechanical components working, etc. There's some symbols through the manual. We got exclamation mark where you need to make sure you pay nice attention or close attention to the assembly. Because there's some kind of directionality, or you need to make sure the part goes in the right way, and so on, where it's easy to make a mistake, so they have exclamation point. Next one is a little gear with wax and a toothpick. That means you need to wax the parts. Then it's sandpaper, mechanical motion. You need to make sure that the gears or whatever is in contact with each other, operate and work smoothly. The next is make sure you snap the boards completely. That's the little two arrows pointing at the boards, or snap the parts together. Ruler, need to measure it out, and then scissors, obviously, you need scissors to cut it out. Use the wax stick to wax all the moving components. There's a helping tool, that's a little H, to push the components out, especially the smaller ones. And then, of course, some spare parts on the boards. Those are designated with a little plus sign. And here's the list of the parts that you have spares of. Just in case if you break them during the assembly, you can find them on the board right away without waiting for the replacement parts from us or from the manufacturer. Which, by the way, if you need the replacement parts, you can always contact us at info@ugears.us. Or you can contact the manufacturer directly at customer service at ugearsmodels.com. So both of us will replace it for free, while UGears, the manufacturer, will replace it for free for anyone. I will replace it at no charge for customers that bought from one of the local stores, or directly from our website. We don't sell on Amazon, that's manufacturer, and obviously UGearsModels.com, it's manufacturer site. So if you purchase from us or from one of the local stores, we'll ship replacement parts as long as we have them in stock from the US warehouse, which is located just outside of Chicago. Let's see, let's go ahead and start with the assembly. Board number 3 will contain the little helping tool right here on the bottom left corner. So just go ahead and pull that out before the start of the assembly. That will be helpful to start off. And let's see, we're on page number 4. Once again, a little bit more information about the helping tool. Not sure why they have an extra symbols in there. They're like, hey, pay attention. Once again, same symbols that we did before, making sure that we're all recording and it's all going good. All right, let's start the assembly. I do have a helping tool from the previous assembly. Let's start the assembly. Step number 1 on page 4. We need parts number 1, 2, and 3. Those are located most likely on board number 1. So let's see, board number 1, part number 2. See it in the top left corner right here. And a little bit below the center to the right, below the middle to the right of the center line. That's part number 2. Part number 1 is the bottom left corner here. And then part number 3 is on, let's see, board number 3. Right, board number 3, it says Quidditch on here, so that's part number 3 in the top left corner of the board. So let's see, and then we need to wax these little corners here. I'm going to use one of the older wax sticks that I have. So 2 little tabs on the shorter piece. Then let's see, part number 1 with the, let's see, with the little circles facing away, so it kind of like forms an arch facing away from you. That's gonna go, these tabs gonna go into the bottom of number 2, so like the bottom hole. And then if it doesn't insert very nice and easy, you can wax these little tabs right here. They'll make it easier to slide into the part. So number 3 with the tabs gonna go into the hole, and then we're gonna lock it up with the part number 2 on the other side, just like this. So we got a little tiny box. And then step number 2, we need 2 parts number 5 and part number 4. Those should be on board number 1. Bottom right is number 4. And let's see, part number 5. I see one is located bottom a little bit below the middle on the right hand side of the center line. And then the second one is the top left corner, right below the part number 2 that we already pulled out. So work that part out carefully. Make sure you don't mess up any pieces. And then number 5 is gonna go into the top holes of part number 2. And I will wax a little bit because I already feel that it's not gonna go very easy. I'm gonna wax these little tabs and then just insert all the way in. I'm gonna move some parts here. We've got a little cage for my dog that is sitting here that I no longer use. All right, and then part number 4, gonna go up on the front of the little box that we just made. Let me see if I'm gonna need to do a little waxing. Nah, not really. All right, so that's our part A1. And just make sure when you insert part number 4, these little 2 sharp point up. All right, so that's our part A1. Moving on to page number 5. Step number 1 on page number 5, we need parts number 7. 8 and 2 parts number 6. So part number 7 is located on board number 1, bottom right corner, kind of like almost at the bottom there. Part number 6 is a little below the middle on the left hand side, 2 of those. And part number 7 is going to be on board number 2, the bottom right quadrant here. So board number 8. Part number 8, we do need to wax these little tabs because it's going to be free hanging on the parts. We take our part number 7 with the tabs sticking up, and then number 6 going to go from behind into the 2 elongated, or not elongated, but like rectangular openings on the right and left hand side with the hook facing up. So just like this, we got the hooks facing up, and then we do the part number 8 needs to go into those hooks. So let's see. One side, carefully slide it in, not to break the parts, and then that little key lock is going to be hanging on these 2 little tabs, and to wax it just to make sure that it moves nice and easy. Then in step number 2, we take our A1 and we put that part number 7 on from the back, or on the back of it, with the tab sticking up. And actually I did, so that part number 4 had to go on the opposite end, so I need to separate it. And my first mistake of this little assembly. So in order to remove the part, you gotta just carefully push it or pull it apart. If you do it nice and easy, it should come apart pretty simple without breaking much. And I'm just gonna reinsert it from on the back where it's supposed to go. And then part number 7 is gonna need to go up front. Make sure all the tabs are lined up, and then we have a nice little box, and then it's gonna close once you, with its little tab that is on top, that's locking the top of the box. All right, and then now we take our balls. Make sure you open up the package, obviously. And there's 1 yellow and 3 orange. I don't think it matters which way it goes, but based on the picture, we're gonna do very similar. And you just insert them into that little box. Now you can close it up, lock it in, and put it aside. Moving on to page number 6. Step number 1, I need board number 1, parts number 9, 10, 11, and 12. Looks like part, let's see which part is on board number 2. That's part number 16. It's a little further down the assembly. All right, so everything should be on board number 1. 9 is a bottom left quadrant here, a little bit below the middle on the left side. Number 10 will be right at the center, maybe a little bit to the right of the center line on the bottom here. Part number 11 is top a little bit to the right of the center line. And part number 12, we have 1 right in the middle to the right of the center line. I have some parts coming out, so I need to make sure that we don't lose them. I'm going to use the helping tool here a little bit because it's piece that holds number 12 is not attached very well. And then another 12 is a little bit to the right of the center line, kind of like halfway between the middle and the bottom. All right, so let's see, with the part number 11, with this rectangular hole towards you and a round piece towards the top, We insert part number 11 in that rectangular square hole on the bottom below the round hole, and make sure that little tab is facing you. So just like this, that's the exclamation point. And part number 9 is gonna go on the rectangular hole here. That one's symmetrical, so it should just snap in. And let's see, make sure that it goes all the way in. So I'm gonna leverage against the my table, and then part number 12 goes into these two rectangular holes or square holes that are on part number 9. Make sure it's all nice and flat, and that's our part right here. Step number 2, we need that large piece that just fell out. It's part number 13 and here on the left hand side of the board. Then we need part number 14 and 15. So 14 is right at the center here, and then 15 would be on the right hand side, this little tiny piece right next to part number 19. It's right at the edge. Alrighty, now part number, let's see, there's a little tab inside the rectangular hole, so make sure you wax that tab. And then let's see, we're gonna turn that part so that arch is facing you and the long piece is on the right hand side. Number 14 is gonna go from the bottom into this rectangular hole with the opening, the round opening towards the edge. So it goes into here. All the way in, and part number 15 is gonna go into this hole right next to the little arch rectangular hole with the round piece facing the other direction towards the long side, not towards the edge of this little arch shape. All right, and then our part that we just assembled in step number 1 is gonna go into this little hole onto the tab that we just waxed, with the thicker portion should come out through the, let's see, to be on the side where the opening is at on the board. So just like this. So it's sticking right here. Next, step number 3, we need part number 16 and part number 11. So part number 11 is going to be on board number 1. It's a little bit, the second one is going to be right at the center line, a little bit to the right above the middle. And then part number 16 is on board number 2. So to the right of the center line, a little bit above the middle here, top right quadrant. All right, and then let's see, first we put number 11 on, so we need to wax this side too, this little tab, although it doesn't show it. Oh no, it does, it showed in the previous one, I just didn't see the arrow pointing there. So part number 11, locking it onto the assembly, so you just need to make sure that the parts number 10 is squeezed completely and number 9 onto the assembly. Now this is kind of like a little lever, and then part number 16 with the round off piece away from you that goes into those two little tabs of part number 11 at the ends. So one side and second side, so this is more like a gas pedal type of deal. And then we're done with page number 6. Moving on to page number 7. Check and make sure that we're still recording. We need a small little rubber band that came with the assembly. It's a little bag here. So that one, we need a 10mm one. So there's a few different sizes. That would be 10mm. No, that's a 20mm. So that's a tiny little rubber band that are the smallest size there. This guy. Put the rest of the rubber bands away, and that one we need 2 Let's see, it needs to go onto this little hook and part number 10. So first we need to somehow squeeze it on part number 10 and this little T shape. And then on the hook. All right, I'm gonna use my helping tool to hold the rubber band down, kind of stretch it out to make sure it gets on there, and then hook it up onto the little piece up front. So now we just like truly as like a gas pedal. All right, step number 5 on page number 7. We need part number 15 and 17. Both of those are board number 8. It's the very last board. Part number 17 is right here at the center, right below this, the middle, and kind of like goes across. Nice long piece. Make sure you break the connection points, not the part. So carefully wiggle it out of its place. And then part number 15 is on the right hand side here. I want to say right up at the middle. That one you can use the helping tool to kind of like pop it out. Board number 8 goes all the way on the bottom again, just to be on the good side. Let's see. And then part number 15 with the hook towards the longest side goes in the very top rectangular hole. Right here. Squeeze it all the way in. And then that part's gonna go through with the longer piece towards this longer piece. It's gonna go through this hole right here. Need to kind of wiggle it a little bit to get it in. And then there's 3 tabs that it needs to slide into. 1. And then you need to make sure that it goes all the way in. So squeeze it nice and tight. And that completes our assembly on page number 7. Moving on to page number 8. Let's see, part number 15, 18, and 19. And these are all over the place. Let's see, part number 18 would be on board number 3. A little bit above the middle on the left hand side is a little trident piece. Part number 19 is going to be on board number 1. It's on the below the middle on the right hand side there. Then let's see, that's it. Part number 15. Part number 15 is on board number 4. So there's 2 pieces within part number 22. So take one out for now. Board number 4 put aside. And then 15 is going to go into this little trident. We need to wax the 2 tabs on the right and left hand side, not the long ones but the short ones. And then part number 15 is going to go in with the hook facing towards the trident. It doesn't matter from which side, but as long as it faces towards the forks. All right, checking. Recording's good. And then let's see. So the 15 is going to go, 18 is going to go into this little opening tab, and then 19 with the 2 tabs and the round off piece down towards the bottom. It's going to go into this top square opening, and then this little slot rather than a hole. So we're going to go like this, squeeze it all the way in. Next step, number 7, we need parts number 2021, 221s. Those are on board number 1. So 21 is a little to the left of the center line, just above the middle, and the second one is on below the middle on the right hand side, closer to the edge. And then part number 20 would be at the top right corner here, almost at the edges. All right, so let's see. Little arrows pointing away from you. We need to wax the ends end, the top surface. We need to wax, I'm not sure, and sand parts number 21. Just get rid of these little connection points. Wax, not sure, I think top. Top would be the one that with a little hook facing towards the top. And then probably a little bit of a wax on the top surface. All right, and let's see, 21's gonna go, so arrows facing away from you. 21's gonna go from the right hand side with the little sharp piece towards you onto the 20, and then the other 21's gonna go the same direction with a little sharp piece, facing towards you. It's gonna go all the way on the left hand side, all the way to the edge, and that's gonna go into our sub-assembly. Into this little slot right here. All right, and then the next step, we need part number 15 and 22. Those are on board number 4. Board number 4, 15 within 22, so we can push the 22 out completely. Put board number 4 in its place again, and then 15, that little section that holds the 15, pull it out completely, and then push the part number 15 out. You can help yourself with the helping tool a little bit. There you go. All right, now let's see, with the round hole towards you, 15 is gonna go in this little opening next to the tab, next to the slot. With the hook facing towards you, or with the round slot, just like this. So the slot is facing this direction towards the hole, and we insert it all the way in, and then that's gonna go right over this sub-assembly with the hole facing towards you. That's gonna go onto this little trident, and this arrow is gonna go into the slot. And we squeeze it all the way in. So this should move forward and back. And then we need to hook a little 10mm rubber band, which is the smallest one. Let's see, onto the bottom. Where I inserted number 15 incorrectly, so I'm going to switch place a little bit quick. That's my second mistake already for the day. Need to make sure that I get that number 15 with the, let's see. Let me unhook this number 22 really quick. Put it back in. So 15 should be on the inside there. That was my error. Let's try not to make any more mistakes. I'm talking to myself. You guys, I'm sure, did fine, or not, because of me. So it's a quick little fix, and then that little rubber band needs to go over that 15 that we just reinstalled back in. Need to squeeze it into that little opening there that it hooks on number 15. All right, and then and another number 15. Yeah, it wasn't smart of me. When you pull it, you need to make sure you pull it this way, that it hooks rather than towards the top. So just like this. Let's see, this is gonna go up and slam down. All right, and this one's gonna go. All right, so our subassembly is complete on page number 8. Moving on to page number 9. Making sure that we are still on record, and we need 2 more of rubber bands that are 10 millimeter. Those are once again the smallest guys that are in this little bag, and then those gonna go on the left and right hand side. These little hooks here, number 15s, and then on the right hand side, and that's gonna go over the arrows and then onto number 15. Okay, and that completes our B1 subassembly. We're going into, I'm gonna put it aside for now. Step number 1 on page number 9 on the right hand side, we need parts number 25, 26, and 23. Let's see, board number 1 is gonna have 23 on the bottom left corner here. Part number 25 is gonna be on the right hand side of the same board. And then part number 26 is at the top right, a little bit above the middle here. All right, so part number 24 and 27. So part number 24 is going to be on board number 3. And that's that long piece on the right hand side here. And part number 27, let's see, still need part number, on board number 4. What do we have on board number 4? We forgot to install part number 23. All right, let's see, board number 4. I'm gonna come back to that in a second. So board number 4, we need part number 27. No. Part number 23, another one. So that's the one on board number 4. A little bit above the middle. And then board number 8. I'm all confused today. Board number 8 is part number 27, is a little bit above the middle on the right hand side there. Alrighty. Let's get back into it. Come back to B1. This piece, we turn it upside down so this slot is towards you. And that's where part number 23, with 2 tabs towards the top and the opening towards the back. It goes into this little hole. Make sure you hold it not to break it. It's gonna go right next to that slot with the 2 tabs towards the top. And now you can put it aside. Coming back to step number 1 on page number 9. Let's see, we take part number 24. There's a hole facing away from you on this arch. Part number 27 I'm going to put last. First I'm going to put part number 26 with this little opening going through the slot, and then 2 tabs, squeeze it all the way in. Then part number 25 into 2 little tabs below the part number 26, closer to the edge here. Make sure you line it up with the holes before pushing it in. Make sure it sits all the way in. And then part number 23 is going to go onto this edge on the little tab with the opening towards the back again, or away from you if you're holding it this way, into this rectangle or square hole, might be rectangular. And then part number 27 is going to go on the side here with the arch facing down. There's two holes, two holes here, rectangular, so that's going to go into these two tabs. And make sure to squeeze it all the way so it sits. And there's also that little bar goes into the slot too. So nice and tight. Moving on to the page number 10. Need part number 28 from board number 4. That's on the left hand side, that long piece along the edge. Let's see, do we need any other pieces? No. And then let's see, B1 is going to be closest on the right hand side. So let's see with the design. Make sure to lift the ball, it's facing you. And then B1 is going to go into these two little opening or two holes with corresponding tabs on part number 23 and this guy. From the back, so the writing is facing outward. Just need some leverage to get those in. To snap it all the way in. And then the other side, on the left hand side, we're gonna go with the part that we just assembled with that little gate, I guess, towards the edge. And the same thing, there's two holes and two tabs, part number 23 and looks like 26, I think. Just like this, and make sure it's all the way in, and we have nice assembly here. Moving on to the page number 11. All right, step number 1 on page number 11 at the top here. We need parts number 29 and 30. All right, let's see, kind of getting pretty big assembly. Those are on board number 7. Part number 29 is going to be right to the right of the center line here at the bottom. And part number 30 gonna be, it should have light, it's right to the right of it on the bottom. Let's see, gonna keep the board 7 close to us for now. Let's see, we need to sand and wax bottom of part number 29. So with this, let's see, with the rectangular opening to the left, arch towards you, so this, the bottom would be this portion. And then so sand and apply a little bit of a wax here. L, part number 30 is going to go with a little hook towards left and then into the little rectangular opening. So L is going to be on the other side, on the facing away from you. And then we need to put a little bit of a wax on this little tab on part number 30. Now this we turn around, and then this sub-assembly is going to go into this slot right here. there's all right, I feel like there is connection points on here, so we need to send these connection points right here at the top and a couple on the bottom here. I would apply wax all around. And let's see, part number 30 should face towards the bottom surface, just like this. All right, step number 4, similar thing. We need part number 29. That's right at the center line here, closer to the middle. And part number 31, which is below the middle on the right hand side. All right, same thing. So we're gonna send, now we know where the slot is at. Send the top and bottom, send the surface, and then apply wax all around. And then part number, similar situation. We're gonna turn it around though. That's gonna go on this side. That's gonna go towards the center. Let's see. Similar fashion. So the slot on the right hand side, the opening to facing you, that's going to go from the bottom with the R facing away and a hook facing towards the center, to the right hand side, sorry. So it's towards the center once you insert it into this little slot on the left hand side. Now the way I have it, so if I face it this way, you're gonna have L and R on the left and the right hand side. So these gonna be controller arms, right? And then step number 5, we need part number 32, 2 of them, and part number 33. And so let's see, board number 7 still. 33 is the top right corner here. 2 round pieces. And board number 7 goes back into the pile, and then board number 2 is going to have part number 32, top right corner. There's 2 of them. One is almost at the top, and one is a little below, an 1.5 to 2 inches below. So that's board number 2. Make sure we're still recording and we're good with you guys. So this now goes onto 32 is first. It's going to go into this little long piece as far as it can go, and then 33 will lock it up. And same thing on the other side. Make sure you hold the part 29 not to break it. And that's our subassembly B2. Alrighty. Now we're going to the page number 12. I'll put that B2 aside. Let's see, we need parts number, step number 1 on page number 12. We need parts number 34, 35, 36, 37, and 32 38s. All right, board number 7 and 3. So board number 3, let's start with that one first. That's part number 36 at the top, a little to the right of the center line. And then let's go on board number 7. We need part number 37. That's the long on the left hand side here, and 34. It's within it, kind of. So longer pieces, one of the recommendation, not to break it, you can look for these little connection points from the back of the board, and you use your little hobby knife to snap these parts off. Or little connection points, so it'll make it easier to get the part out of the board Takes a little bit of a time, but there is barely any risk of you snapping that part as you take it out. So we need just to find all these connection points. If you miss one or two, it should be fine. Just don't pull it like vigorously. Apply a slow, steady pressure. That way you're not gonna break anything. Alright, a couple more. Let's see if I can get all the parts or all the connection points cut. Should be easy to pull that part out. Let's see how good of a job did I do. Part number 34, almost, just a couple on the bottom here. Part number 37, all around. Looks like I got most of them. Yep. And part number 37. Let's see, so we got, now we need 34, we got 34. We have 35, we need 35 is on the bottom right below the middle here. 35, then we got 36, 37, and two 38s. 38's gonna be on the top right, halfway between the middle and the top, on the right hand side of board number 7. 2 parts. All right, let's see. 38, our 37 with the longer piece on the right hand side, shorter piece on the left hand side with a little tab. 35 is gonna go into it with, let's see, there's a little, with these two tabs facing up, and then one going to the left, just like this. So there's one tab on the left facing up and one towards the bottom. Part number 38 is going to go from the top with these shorter piece, I guess, because there's a step and then there's a slanted tab. So that one's going to go towards the top and left in the way I'm holding the parts. So that step's going to be on the right hand side towards the edge, outside edge, I should say. Make sure it's all the way in and hold the part not to break it. So apply the pressure from, equivalent pressure from the other piece. Now we need part number 36. Let's see, there's a round off piece, 2 tabs on the bottom, round off piece. Those 2 outside tabs gonna go into part number 37. And then part number 34, we're gonna rotate it. So this little square hole is towards you. And then the other hole is facing to the left-hand side. So that one's gonna go into part number 36 on one end. Make sure to squeeze it all the way in. And then it's gonna go, this little opening is gonna go into the part number 35, into the bottom tab that is facing towards the bottom, kind of keeping 2 parts together. All right, then step number 2, we're gonna take our board assembly or B2 assembly. Let's see, we need to figure out where this needs to go. All right, so there's a opening right here, kind of like round off square, and this little sub-assembly that we just did is gonna go right into the 3 holes. There's 2 on the bottom and 1 on closer to you if you're holding it the same way. So this is the front towards you, and that's gonna go right into here. With the part number 38 facing towards the top, like this. So let's see, I'm gonna turn it around a little bit to get a little bit more leverage. line up all the holes and lock it in. All right, and that's our subassembly B. Now moving on to the next page, number 13. I'm gonna put that subassembly on the side for now. Check, make sure the camera is running. Step number 1 on page number 13, we need parts number 41, 39, and 40. Let's see, board number 1, it's got part number 41, a little bit to the left of the center line on the bottom. Part number 39 would be on board number 2, maybe? No. Part number 40 is on board number 2, to the right of the center line on the bottom here. Let's see, part number 39 looks like a board number 6. No. 42, 41, 39, let's look for it. Yes, it is on board number 6 on the bottom left side here, all the way in the corner. I want to keep my boards organized while I'm assembling it. All right, we need to wax these 2 little tabs on part number 39. That's gonna go let's see, part number 40, longer tab. 39 is gonna go into that longer tab with the long straight piece towards you, or to, if you're holding the part number 40 in a vertical direction, and then you need to squeeze it all the way in, and then part number 41 with the arrow facing away from you, gonna go onto these 2 tabs, and make sure you lock it all the way in. Put it aside for a second. Step number 2, you need parts number 42 and 43. They're on board number 6. Because I just saw them. 42 and 43 on the right hand side here. 42 is kind of like halfway. And then 43 almost at the end. Let's see, we need to wax this little round off piece and arch here at the end. And then obviously with 42, also the tabs. Well, not obviously, but similar as part number 39. And then with that round circular piece facing towards top and you, 41 is gonna go from the bottom into this little tab with the, let's see, with a straight piece away from you. That's the only way you'll be able to kind of fit it in. And then we're gonna put that aside too. Step number 3, we need part number 45, 2 44s and 46. So let's see where we can find those. Looks like board number 5. Part number 45 is right at the center here, a little bit below middle. Parts number 44 on the same board on the left hand side. There's a set of them 6. We just need 2 for now. They're within part number 185. So if you push the part out accidentally, make sure you don't lose it. All right, board number 5 we're gonna put aside. So we got 44, and then 46 was on board number 1 on the bottom center here. All right, so same thing with 45. We do the tabs that are sticking out on the right and left hand side. 44 is gonna go into these 2 top rectangular holes. I'm gonna use a helping tool just to push it in once I feed it into the hole, and then you can use the helping tool to set it all the way in. 1 and 2. as I mentioned, the way I approach it is that I feed it in, and then you can use some kind of leverage to push it all the way in. And then 46 with the little line towards the outside, gonna push it over those two parts, number 44, squeeze it all the way in. All right, next step, number 4, are, I'll put these aside for now. We need 2 48s and part number 47. All right, board number 2's got part number 47, bottom right hand side. There's a spare 176, so don't lose it just in case. And then let's see, part number 48. Looks like it's on board number 5. They're on the left hand side right next to that 45 that we just took out. So 2 of those, part number 48. Organize the boards. I have short space here. 47, we need to wax these little tabs on the right and left hand side. And let's see, this large opening is going to go towards the bottom. We're going to slide it into part number 48 with the long slot closer to you. That's going to go into the short slot, up and down. Then we're going to insert part number, that little sub-assembly just from part from 3, that's going to go into the other slot. I'm looking at then part number sub-assembly from step number 2 is going to go into this little hole right here with the piece that is, let's see, the piece that is not completely rounded, just a half arch, I want to say, not like a half circle. Half arch is going to go under this little 47 part into the little opening, holding it like this. And then part number, or a sub-assembly from step number 1 is going to go into the top hole with the arrow facing up. And then we're going to lock it with 48 in the same, the part is the same direction as the other 48. Gonna get all these kind of together. It's not gonna lock in just yet. Make sure all the holes are fit in fine though, and all the parts are sitting within their slots or locations or whatever it is. And we're gonna put it aside very carefully. And then that we need part number 49 on board number 4. That's the long piece right at the little bit to the right of the center line, kind of like from top to bottom. And that one's gonna go with these 2 tabs away from you. The sub-assembly, make sure it's not falling apart, with the arrow facing up. This is gonna go into the center slot. So there's 2 tabs. These 2 tabs gonna go into here. This little portion that moves up and down is gonna go into the slot right here. And then we lock this. Once again, we need to make sure that all the tabs are pointing in the right direction. Okay. Snap it together. All right, so now this is this little part. is facing up. And this thing moves up and down. Let's see. We're probably going to need to work on it, to work it in a little bit later, because it's not holding very well. So I'm just checking, make sure there is some operation here. Up and down. Moving on to the page number 14. We're going to put that aside for a split second there. We're on page number 14. I need to check on you guys. Okay, all working nice and smooth. All right, we're on page number 14. Step number 1. We need subassembly 40. Step number 6. Sorry. Step number 6. We need parts number 42, 43. They're on board number 6. Excuse me. That's going to be top right here. So one part number 42. And part number 43 is on the right hand side, a little bit below the middle, all the way at the edge. That's board number 6. Little 2 tabs on the left and right needs to get waxed. And then 43 with the round off piece, half round towards the top, wax it, and then arch on the back. And then 42 is going to go from the bottom with the tabs away from you into that. Step number 7, we need part number 45. That would be on board number 3 at the top here. And let's see, 44. We're back on board number 5. On the left hand side, there's 4 left, so we just need 2 for now. Work it out. Board number 1, got part number 6, 46, bottom, left and right, I mean to the right of the center line. So tabs on the 45, we do the tabs. 2 little hooks on the left and right hand side. 44 is going to go into these top 2 openings. And use a lever to get those in. And then 46 gonna go with the little line facing towards the outside. All the way in. Next is step number 8. We need parts number 50 and 51. All right, so 51's on board number 4. Let's see, and we need to assemble 2 of those. Okay, 51, 50 and 51. 51 is on board number 4. I'm doing one step at a time. It's going to be on the bottom left here. That's the one I'm going to take. And parts number 50 are on board number 5. So they're a little to the left of the center line, a little bit above the middle. 2 of those. Then we're going to have to go through the same similar sequence. All right, these 2 tabs on the left and right were waxing those. 50, with a shorter piece away from you. That's where part number 50 is going to go into. 51, sorry. Then little from step 7, that's going to go into the slot. And then little piece from step 6 going to go in the hole with a little arch again into the rectangular opening, versus the that half round is going to go towards the front under that part from step number 7. And we lock it, well, not lock it, but I'll put part number 50 on the other end. And actually I'm gonna install that one into the board, step number 9. We're gonna take the same guy. So this one's gonna go into the slot on the left hand side with the tab towards the bottom, and this guy is gonna go this long piece with the arrow is gonna go through the slot and that extension here. One side. Need to make sure that it's all symmetrical. Opens up. I'm gonna have a helping tool here to push this part towards the front. Readjust everything, make sure everything is sitting in its openings and slots. This guy towards the front, towards the top. All right, I need to redo it a little bit because it doesn't look like it should be. There you go. This guy is not completely seated in, so I need to make sure that everything is inside. That one slides in. And then the arch towards the back. All right, everything sits in there right now. And put it aside and do similar assembly step number 10. Parts number 43 and 42 on board number 6. 42 is the top right corner. And 43 and a little below the middle on the right hand side. Parts, same thing, waxing the little tabs. Waxing the arch and a little half circle. Half circle towards you, the tabs away from you. From the bottom, we insert it into the tab. Then step number 11, we need part number. Let's clean up all this wax a little bit off the table. Part number 45 on board number 4. No, never mind. On board number 3. Excuse me. 45's right at the center here, at the top. Part number 44 are on board number 5. Bottom left, and we can pull that little section out from port number 185 to make sure that we don't forget to do it later on. Get the two ports number 44 out. And then port number 46 is on board number 1 on the bottom right here. Wax the little tabs on part number 45. And then 44, I'm gonna go into 2 tab holes. Feed it in. Push it in, and the bottom one, push it in, and then 46 from with the line towards the front, get into those 2 44s. And make sure it's nice and there is no opening in between the 2 parts, so nice and tight, and nothing is sticking out. And then we need 2 ports number 50 and 51. So ports number 50 on board number 5, at the center, a little bit to the left, toward halfway to the top, and then 51 is on board number 4. Is it to the left, top left quadrant. Alrighty. And similar thing with 51, these little 2 tabs, wax them up because they're going to be going up and down. And similar situation or similar way, we're installing it into these little parts, into parts number 50, same as before. With the arrow towards the top, but it points down. And then we install that into the board. Into the sub-assembly on the right hand side now. And we're on page number 15, that's step number 13. So now we have center is installed, right and left. Let's see, that's step number 13, and that's our C1. And then we're moving up to this page, still page number 15 to the right hand side. There's step number 1, we need parts number 14 and 52. All right, let's see, and 53. 2 14s, 152 and 153. So page board number 3 will have part number 52 on the left hand side. That's long piece right here. You can pre-cut it, or if you think you can be careful, snap it out with your fingers, and then board number 7 would have part number 53 right in the middle and then left right hand side here, 53, and then part number 14 is the top left corner. And let's see, right above that 53, right at the center line, a little bit above the middle. Alrighty, and let's see. So left and right, the letters are facing you. Number 14 is going to go towards the front with the hooks facing down. They're going to go into this top 2 rectangular openings on the right and left hand side from the front. Make sure it's nice and tight with the hook facing down. And then number 53 is going to go with the hook, with the little opening or slot towards that part number 52. It's going to go in the center hole there, all the way in. Then let's see, we need to wax these 2 little tabs above letters R and L, or L and R. Let's see, any other warnings or anything like that? Nope, we should be good. And that's gonna go into that C1 sub-assembly with, let's see, these 6 tabs gonna go into these holes. So I'm gonna insert it on the right hand side, and then as they insert, the tab's gonna stick out all the way. Gonna do one at a time. 1, 2, line them up. 3, 4. Make sure you get it into the slots. 5, and last one, 6, and then all the way in with the tab sticking out on right and left hand side. So right and left, we're good, still facing us. Okay, let's see, and then rubber bands, we need to turn it, it's actually, we're still in the correct direction, so rubber band's going to go on these little T's on inside, on these sub-assemblies, and they're going to go over these little hooks. So we need the 10mm one. Lost almost all of them right now. So I got 1, 2, 3. And those gonna go onto the T and inside. Hard to put them on. I'm gonna use my helping tool. Kind of squeeze the rubber band in towards the back, over the T. Pull on it and hook it up. Left side next. The one on the center one's going to be a little bit tough because we have that long extension. And now this guy, we need to put it over part number 53 first, and then we need to bring it over into that little T. With your helping tool. All All right, just like that. So make sure it hooked right here on 3. And I'm gonna work these in a little bit, so when you press these arrows, these blocks gonna go up, and this arrow, same thing. All right, moving on to the page number 16. Step number 3, we're still recording, which is good. Step number 3, we need parts number 14, 55, and 54. So board number 4 will have a part number 54. It's on the left hand side. That's long piece. 2 parts number 14. There to the right and left. Let's see, part number 14 is going to go into this 54 piece. They're going to go into, so you turn it around, the T is towards you. They're going to go in the left and right hand side little openings here, rectangular, with the slots facing away from each other towards the outside, like left and right. So one side. I'm going to put a little bit of a wax on it so they just get inserted easier. Here you go. Left and right, and then part number 55 on board number 7. That's 6. Board number 7, part number 55 on the right hand side, long piece here. That's going to go from the bottom into these 4 slots along the length. So same thing with the T facing you. Left should be on the left, right should be on the right, and facing you, these 2 letters. And then we insert it into this part number 54. And make sure you insert it all the way in. And then step number 4, this is going to go over this long piece extension on our C1, and that extension is going to go into this little hole. So they're not going to be connected anywhere else except that one piece. Make sure you hold it nice and tight, not to break it. So these 2 guys are here. Now step number 1, we should open this up. So when you press these guys in, these should pop up and lock at the top. And then when you hit them, they should come down. Up, up. Hit, hit, hit. These come up. So practice a little bit. Let it settle. Try it a few times. I want to say probably at least like 5-6 times, just to make sure that it locks nice and easy. and goes all the way up. So that way the wood sets down, settles, all the burrs are removed. All right, moving on to page number 5 times, yeah. Moving on to the page number 17, checking recording. All right, so let's see. Step number 1, we need our thickest rubber band that we had one of. Let me weed it out. That's this guy right here. And we need our scissors or knife, and we need to cut 4 10mm pieces. So I'm gonna slice it up. 10mm, this is our 10mm. Yep. I'll use these little knife because with the knife it's a little bit easier to slice them up. You'll have a little bit of an extra. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Put this aside just in case if you're gonna need a spare. Next, we need part number 56, 57, and 2/58. Right, so board number 3 and 5. Let's do board number 5 first. Get our long piece out that's on the right hand side, part number 56. That's going to be kind of like halfway between the center line and the edge. Part number 57 going to be on board number 3, and it's the top right corner. There's 2 of them, just need 1 for now. And 58 top left corner, there's 2 of them. All right, put board number 3 on the side. Now we take this little piece number 56 with the 3 holes towards the right hand side. We take 2 rubber bands, we put them over this little longer slot, and take number 58 with the hole towards the left, this little tiny hole in there. We're gonna insert it over the rubber band into the 2 holes, and then I'm gonna use the helping tool just to push it all the way in. So there's a little rubber band sticking out on the other end. And then the same thing on the left hand side. Put the rubber band over the hole in the vertical direction, and the hole towards the left on part number 58. Insert the second piece. Now 57, with that little hole towards the top and left, it's going to go with the tab on the right. It's going to go to tab on the right, that's going to go into this rectangular hole. Once again, hole is towards the top and left. Just like this, put it aside. Step number 2, we need, again, part number 58, 57, and 59. So on board number 3, 57 is the top right corner. 58 is going to be to the right of the center line within part number 194. And I'm going to take out these little inserts. Board number 3 goes back in, and then board number 5, I need part number 59, which is on the right hand side, almost all the way to the edge, second from the edge. It's right next to part number 56. And similar scenario, except now this is on the right hand side. We're gonna go from the bottom. This is on the left, so we're gonna do 58. Once again, the holes are facing towards the left. We're gonna do, oh, now instead of this facing away from you, this guy facing towards you. All right, so put the rubber band over the hole. This hole, the little tiny hole on part number 58 is facing to the left. Same on the other slot. These rubber bands gonna give us a little bit of a additional friction, so it doesn't move against the table, I guess. And then 57 is gonna go on the left hand side, same thing, with the right tab on the bottom, with the hole towards the left top. Just like this. And then step number 3, we're gonna take our sub-assembly here that we made a little bit earlier with these guys, the arrows facing towards the top. From step number 2 is gonna go on the right hand side, from step number 1 is gonna go on the left hand side. And let's see, where does that go? They're gonna go into, all right, so this okay, got it. So this little opening is gonna go into the part number 58 on the left hand side. And then it's going to be flush right here. The same thing on the other one. So if you look at these little parts, there's like a little step. So that's the step that's going to go into part number 58. And this guy is going to be flush with the bottom. So same thing we're going to do here. Right and left, just like this. We're done with page number 17. Moving on to the page number 18. Need 2 parts number 60. All right, so we're keeping it like this. Those are on board number 5. And it's all over the place. Number 60 are at the top right corner here. And the other 60 is on the left, kind of like in the middle. And then 160, we just need to flip them one way or the other. So the holes are towards you. The 160 on the right is going to go with the hook towards inside. And then on the left, the hook is towards the right and on inside. We need to push those through, let's see, over the top or through the bottom. They're from the bottom. Let's see, one towards the top, the other one, so the one on the left is going to go in first. And you push it in through this little opening in between, kind of wiggle it around. And then the hole, the one in the center, is gonna go over the tab that says L next to it. So you just need to kind of carefully leverage it and push over it, and it's gonna go in between here. And then the one on the right is going to go through the hole that says R into it. So kind of push it in. It's going to be over the one on the left, over the top. And then same thing, the center hole, push it over the little tab. So you're going to have a little hook kind of scissors looking thing here. And make sure you get a little bit of a movement there too. Alrighty, next step. Where are we looking here? Left over right. And C3 is completed. Moving on. Put it, let's see, C3. We need to combine it with the sub-assembly with the C2. So C2 stays on the bottom. We need 2 more rubber bands that are 10 millimeters long. One and 2. Those are going to go into holes here. And let's see, we need to take our C2 assembly, turn it around. So this is going to be the front, and we need to match a lot of things. So let's see, what are we matching? So we're matching these two to the ends. And so these, the first hole, and then we're going to go the ones that are on the edge. So that one's going to go into this part. I'm going to go left side first. I'm going to rotate it around a little bit. Hole, hole, hole. And let's see, okay. I probably should start from the front here, because that's where the rubber bands go, and that's probably going to be the toughest one to get to. So I'm gonna go do rubber band first. I'm assuming that left and right is gonna go through the center, and we need to use the rubber band. I mean, use the helping tool to get this over. Hold on. So I'm lining up the rubber bands first, or rubber band on the left hand side, I guess. And I'm trying to squeeze it in. There we go. Can lift it up a little bit. Left hand side is ready. And then now I need to get all the tabs in. On the left hand side. Alright, all the tabs are in, except this guy right here. Line it up. All right, so this tab, these 2 tabs, this guy, and this guy. All right, then left and right, I'm sure these gonna need to go into the corresponding left and right piece for the control arms. And let's see, we're doing the other side. I'm gonna lift it up, similar situation. Need to line up the rubber band first. Make sure So I'm lining up the rubber band with that center hole first. Need to kind of make sure that it's sits there nice and perfect. And then line up the tab that's gonna go over that rubber band. Oh, man. Only if these assemblies were easy, right? So line up the tab. And then we need to push it inside. So the rubber band's rotated a little bit. There you go. Line up and push it all the way in to make sure that rubber band sticks out a little bit. And then we can line up all the other holes and just squeeze them in one at a time. All right, everything is in, and this guy, need to make sure to apply the pressure evenly so you don't break the parts. All right, and our sub-assembly is ready, and then that R, make sure we get it into the holes here. All right, so now when you press, these guys move left and right there. Moving on to the page number 20, we need 2 more rubber bands that are 10. And a little bit of it gets ahead of the game, lining those up. I'm gonna put that long rubber band away, scissors away for now. Okay. All right, before putting those on, I'm a little bit ahead of the game, so I can take these out first. Or shouldn't put them on first. Those are the 10mm rubber bands, so the small one is going to go over that R and a little hook number 15 first. Slide it down and hook it up on number 15. And then put that over the little loop. So you got the rubber band installed. Now when you press it, it's gonna snap back. Same thing on the other side. Slide the rubber band over that extension that says left. Grab the rubber band, hook it up onto number 15. And then put the hole over it. Now when you press these, they're gonna go back and forth. And they're gonna come back in the previous position. All right, moving on to the page number 21. We need 2 parts number, 61 and 62. They're both on board number 8. And they're on the bottom right here, bottom right quadrant, 2 trident looking things. Careful pushing those out. So 61 is going to go on the left hand side and 62 is going to go on the right hand side. 62 is a little bit below 61, also in the bottom right quadrant here. All right, 61. We're gonna go into these 3 little tabs from the bottom, or 2 tabs, holding our little button here, and 3 openings on the bottom, fixing it in. And same thing on the left hand side, the long piece is going towards the front. I mean, the way to recognize it, you got the front is the one that with little circles on there on the part. So 2 on the bottom and 3 on the top. Just line them up and squeeze them into the openings. Lock it in, left and right. All right, and that's our C4. Page number 21 complete. Moving on to the page number 22. Put that aside for now, the C4. Okay, we're on page number 22. We need parts number 63, 64, and 65. Let's see, board number 1, we got part number, let's see, nope, that's not the one. Board number 4 would be part number 63, and that one is on the right hand side, mostly like bottom portion. Let's see, let's get on that one out. Part number 64 and 65. So 65 also bottom right corner of board number 4. And then part number 64, looks like it, that's a board number 5, yeah. So we're in board number 5, right at the center at the bottom here. Board number 5. Okay, we need to wax these little tab right here. The one that is split. With this little tab extension away from you, the part number 64 with the bottom tab is going to go into that square hole from left hand side. And then part number 65 with the round hole is going to go through that tab that we just waxed. Alrighty. Okay, next step number 2. We need back to that little rubber band. Hence, you don't throw any parts out until you're completely done with assembly, because you don't know when you need stuff. So we need 2 more of, let's see, 10 millimeter length pieces. And we need parts number 66, which is on board number 1, top right corner here. And then that's gonna go from the top with these little 2 extensions facing inward towards you. This little part's gonna go through the slot, or actually I'm wrong direction. So this guy is away from you. These are towards inside. They're gonna face you. And we're gonna put these over the 2 tabs on the right and left hand side, with the centerpiece matching up here. And just like this. And then parts number 67, 2 of them on board number 2. 67, let's see. 1 on the bottom here. Going across. And the other one's a little bit above the middle or center point. And the other one. And then we need 2 parts number 58. And those will be on the same board. One is right here, right above the center line, center of the, above the middle to the right of the center line, and this one's to the right of the center line, like halfway in the bottom right quadrant. And so that's from board number 2. So let's see, with these 2 tabs towards inside, the arching towards inside, number 58 is going to go in here with the holes facing towards you on both sides. So we'll do one side first. Make sure it's all the way in, and then the other one, once again, it's facing towards you. All the way in. And these guys gonna go, our sub-assembly that we just did, these will go into these openings of 58 with this little step, like it's tiny step, it's gonna go into 58, and then we push it against the surface so it's all the way in. Same thing on the other end, nice and flush, just like this. This is away from you, so it's not closer on the, it's a far side. Moving on to page number 23, and this guy, we're gonna take our C4 assembly. That's still upside down. These forks are towards you. They're gonna go outside, and they're gonna go, and these 2 little tabs gonna go in the outermost holes. The one side and then the other side, all the way in. And that's our sub-assembly on page 23. Moving on to the page number 24. Put that aside for a split second there. Let's see, step number 4. We need part number 68, which is, let's see, board number 1's got 69. No, that's 71 on here, so that's for the next step. Or actually, we probably can do, that's on the bottom, so it's still step number 4. We need 71, which is on board number 1, and 70. At the same time, we need 15. 15, there's 1 at the top of board number 1. They're not pointing to that one, so I'm gonna keep that one for now. We're gonna move on to board number 3 for now. So the part number 69 is on the bottom left here. And there's 2 15s in the corner of the same board. So there's one bottom left. So 2 number 15s, we're gonna take these out because we're gonna need for both pieces. And then we need board number 2 to get our parts number 68 and 70. So 68 is the top one, that half round. That's gonna go together with the 69. And then part number 70 is right below it, just right above the middle. That one's gonna go with the part number 70. Put it aside there. Alrighty, so what we have here is, let's do 68, 69. So we'll take this piece, number 15 is gonna go with the little hook towards the top. Alright. Gonna go from the left hand side as you, this arch is towards you, this opening. So this smaller arch away from you. External and internal is towards you, external is away from you. Number 15 goes into, from the left hand side into the top hole with the hook or the opening facing up. And then the other 15 with the opening facing down is gonna go on the right hand side into this hole facing down. It looks like the picture is incorrect on there, on the, at the top. because this one should be flipped. And that we take part number 68, this little stick, I guess, towards the right hand side. Part number 69 is going to go over this tab with this hole that is sticking out. The only rectangular hole on this piece, just like this. And then the other side is part number 71, once again with a small arch, external arch facing away. There's another number 15 that we need on board number 1, and we already took that one, so I'm going to take the one that is on the top. So we need total 3 number 15s. Okay. Let's see, we still have some parts on here. So that one is going to go in the top hole with the hook facing up. And then the same scenario, except now 70 is facing towards the left, that little stick. We're going to go into that little tab in the center there. Now step number 6, we'll bring our sub-assembly back here. Turn it around that the round out pieces are away from you. And one piece, the one that's 70 and 71, is going to go on the right hand side. And let's see, so this 2 holes in the bottom right hole is going to go in this tab, and then the second set, or 1 hole, going to go into the second tab. Oops. Make sure line up, squeeze it all together, and then this guy locks up into the other portion. And then we're doing the same thing on the opposite end, outside into the first hole. So this opening will line up then. Maybe you can see it better this way. So that's the first hole. This is into the second tab. And then the third tab on the 69 piece is going to go into the hole on that round up piece. Just like this. That's our game field. Put it aside again. Next step, number 7 on page number 25, is parts number from board number 7. All of them are number 7, which is make it a little bit easier so we don't have to jump in between the boards. We need parts number 72, which is bottom right quadrant here. Part number 74 is going to be at the center, maybe a little bit to the right, all the way at the top here, a little T. Part number 76, there's 2 on the right hand side, right above the middle line. 1 and 2. Part number 73, which is right underneath that T that we just pulled out, 74. It's a little U shape. And then 2 75s, also on the same board, and those are, or 175, 2 75s. So 175 is right above the 76 on the right hand side, halfway above the middle line, and then the other one is a little to the left of the center line on the left hand side, left bottom quadrant. And then we need 78 and 77. They're both of them on the left hand side. Those are pieces in the on the edges. So same thing, you can use the little hobby knife to cut those out, or if you feel comfortable just pulling those out yourself to make sure you don't break it. So 77 is going to be on the left hand side, and then 78 is going to be on the right hand side, sorry, and then 78 is going to be on the right hand side. Just like this. I'm gonna put the board away now. Number 7. All right, so 72. It's got 2 steps here. So the double tab is gonna be towards the top. 74 is gonna go in the bottommost. And then 73 is gonna go into the second with that edge we're on the round side. Then we have these 2 holes should be away from you. The part number, so the holes, actually the 74 I did put in correctly. You need to make sure that this hole is towards you, and then 74 the same thing, that hole is facing towards you. This is just indicator of direction. So both of them on the same side. And then 76, both of them is going to go into these 2 holes with the bottom, with the tab that is on the flat surface, like a thick tab, with the, that one, the one that's on the diagonal surface facing towards the inside, towards you. So 1 hole, and it's the same, the second one is the same thing. So these 2 tabs are facing towards inside. And then part number 75, with the hole towards the top, they're gonna go into these little openings on part number 74 and 73, locking these 2 together. All the way in. And same thing on the other side, all the way in. Make sure you line those 2 up. To get those in. All the way. All right, and then just to check, make sure that they're perpendicular to the lines. So that means they are inserted correctly. And now part number 78 on inside, and part number 77 on the outside into parts number 75. Just like this. And then these 2, they're gonna go into our sub-assembly. Get these 2 pieces towards you. They're gonna go through here, through underneath. These 2 tabs will get connected right here. There's 3 connection points, or I mean 6 total, but 3. So you push this one across inside the sub-assembly. Push it around the corner and push it in. Now, the first step, we need to connect these little tab on the edge into these 2 holes right here. So I'm gonna go in and put it from the bottom as far as it can go. Right here, these two holes go in here. Then the next two holes on part 78, 77, we snap them here onto these two little tabs, and then we follow all the way at the bottom here. There's two more tabs, and we get part number 78 and 79 onto those two right here on the bottom. Snap them together, and we're done with that step number 8 on page number 25. Moving on to the page number 26. Once again, put this sub-assembly aside. Check, make sure the video is still running. And now we need parts number, for step number 9, we need parts number 80, 215s, and 79. So board number 4 will have part number 79 on the left hand side, bottom left quadrant. It says new game here. Part number 15, two of them in the top right quadrant of the same board. Two of those. And then part number 80 is going to be on board number 5. At the top right corner here. All right, so let's see. Part number 15 will go into these two holes right above where it says new game, with the little hook facing towards right hand side if you're lettering facing towards the left, or technically towards this arch, all the way in. All the way in. And then part number 80, we need to wax it on both, wax and sand on both sides. So some surface is going to be in touch with other. You don't need to do a lot, just need to run it a few times to make sure that it's nice and smooth. And then we apply wax on both sides just to be on the safe side. And there's a connection point. I'm going to get rid of this one just in case. And put a little bit of wax there. And then part number 80 with these two tabs going to go into the 79 towards the right hand side, or towards that arch. Now this one we get back into the assembly from the front. This is going to go right into these two, the new game's going to go into these two tabs. And let's see, that needs to go into this slot right here. It's going to go into the slot. Let's see, and in between here. Okay, so we need to rotate it a little bit, get it in here, and slide it in. Alrighty, so it needs to sit on these two lines. I'm gonna put a little bit of a wax here on the bottom. All right, so let's see, this little tab is gonna go in between these two lines, so kind of like locking the balls from going any further. Be my assumption. Or it have to be on the top. Has to be on the top, so it has to be this little tab has to sit on the one of those longer pieces, like right here. So when you push it out, that's opening and closing like this. Alrighty, moving on to the page number 27, and then we need two 10mm, the smallest one, rubber bands. 1 and 2, and we need to double them up, turn it upside down, so they need to go onto these twisted, kind of like double loop them, and then one needs to go onto this little T, the other one needs to go on part 15, so you need to kind of stretch it out a little bit, loop it, make sure they're stretched, and that's I would come in from the bottom, hook it up on number 15 first, and then hook it on the T on one side, and then we'll do the same thing for the other one. So I stretch it, twist them, double loop them, kind of fold one over the other one so you get like a nice double loop. Keep it stretched, come in from the other side, and first I hook up on number 15 and then stretch it over T, just like this. So when you turn it sideways and you press the game, it should pop back in, should have that little pressure, and pull it back into the location. So it's not completely locked yet, so it's a little wobbly at this point of time, but we'll lock it up in step number 12. We need parts number 81, 82, and 83. All four of those are on board number 2. Let's see, bottom 83, bottom right quadrant here in the middle of that quadrant. The other one's right above the middle on the right hand side also of the center line. 283s. Part number 82 is to the right, that long arched piece, and then 81 is right next to it. So they're kind of cut together. So pull both of them out, and that's for number 2. You separate them, so 81 is the shorter one. Once again, you can use your knife, or if you're sure, that you can just slowly separate them. So 81, they're all going to be arching away from you. 81 is going to go first on the first 2 tabs. On the bottom, I guess, or towards the top. '82 is gonna go in the same way on the little higher, I guess. No. Yes, a little higher. So 81 is gonna go on these two tabs on the lower side, then 82 right above it, and then 83. Come on, are we sure? No, never mind. That's where 82 goes. 81 is gonna go on these two tabs right here. And 1 and 2. There's like a one little step on the lower portions. Then 82 is gonna go onto the tabs that are sticking out, but all the way at the bottom, so like towards the flat surface, like this. And then 83's bending towards the inside or towards the sides. I'm gonna go over the two tabs on the left side and right side, like this. So you got 1, 2, 3 steps. Okay, and we're done with C subassembly. Moving on to page number 28. And that one goes on the site. Checking, make sure video's running. And lots of little sub-assemblies. All right, so we need D1. And D1, we need 8 of those. So we need parts number 84, 85, 86, and 87 too. All, we're gonna go board by board. Let's see, let's find 84. 84, looks like some of them are on board number 2. All right, top left corner, we got 4. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, I apologize. 3 of 84s. Board number 5's got more. Top left corner also, we got 5 or 4, 5, 6, 7. They all cluster together, so, and 8, kind of like right in the center line. So 8 of those. Next one is, where did that come from? Here on the bottom, board number 98. Then we need parts number 84 we got. Next one is 85. So come back to board number 2. 85s are on the bottom left here. We need also 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And bottom left, 6, 7, and 8. Next one is 86. Let's see, 86. We can find some on board number 5. They're going to be bottom right here. We got 3. And there's pretty large pieces here, so you might wanna do the cut points yourself because they're pretty thick with a little hobby knife. So we got 1, 2, 3, and then more of those will be on board number 6. Let's check board number 6. Do you see any? Bottom left, no. Board number 2. All right, so I got 3. There's 4 on the bottom here on board number 2. So that means I only have 7 and I need 8. Or would be one more. Also on board number 5, top left corner. Port number, so 86, and then we need 87, we need 16 of them. So let's start with board number 2, top 89, that's 89, 89, okay, 87, board number 6, board number 6 is 87. All right, so you got top right corner in here, 1, 2, right below it, right above the middle line, 3, 4, right at the center line, 5, 6, and below here, oh, hold on, 6, 8, excuse me, 10, 12, 14, and then one on board, 2 of them on board number, let's see, 8. So let's see, 2, 5, 6, 8 on board number 8, and the top left corner we got 2 more. So we got a total of 16 of parts number 87. All right, let's get them assembled. So we take number 84. 85 is gonna go onto this like second step with the slot towards the part. So we slide it in and then slide it down to lock it in. Then 86 is gonna go onto the tab below it, so the lowest tab from inside. And I'm gonna use the helping tool to push it on. Then 87 is going to go on these 2 diagonals tabs with the top corner piece facing towards the top. Just like this. That's our step 1 of that sub-assembly. So just I'm going to do them all really quickly, one by one. Part number 86 I'm putting on first. 7 more times. Then we do part number 85. Slide in, slide down. Finish it off with parts number 87. All right, and then 87s on both ends. At the top. Next step number 2, we're going to need a few more parts. We're going to need part number 88 and 2 of 89. Same thing, 89 is going to be 16 and 88 is going to be 8. And that will complete our little D1 sub-assembly. Make sure that little flat portion is towards the top. All right, step number 2, parts number 88. We need 8 of those. They would be on board number 6, I'm assuming. All right, board number 5 and board number 6. Board number 5, we got 2 at the top here, right at the center. 1, 2. 1 on the right above the middle on the right hand side. That makes it 3. And then we're moving on to the board number 6. And board number 6, we got 3 more here, so top right corner. And let's see, 6, that makes it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then bottom left hand side, there's 2 more. 7 and 8. Alrighty, that's board number 6 there. And now we need 89s, and 89s would be on board number 2. We need 16. So 1 on the top left quadrant, always in the corner. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Continue. 10. Right in the middle on the left hand side. Right below, halfway, to the little bit to the left of the center line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11. Top right side. 12. Board number 5. 3 on the top right corner here. 13, 14, 15. 1 right at the center line, halfway. 16. Let's see. Board number 8, no. Any more on board number 5? Let's see, check number 6. I don't see any on the 6. But I'll count 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Okay, so we got 16. I thought for some reason we need 18. So this one, we take that sub-assembly from step 1. We take part number 88. And this one, let's see, it's gonna go right in here with the little flag pointing to the right. So like if these are steps towards you, the flag to the right, that's gonna go right in the middle from the top. Let's see if we can squeeze it in completely. Push it down until it clicks in. So these, the bottom surface is going to be almost flush. And then 89 is going to go on the left hand side and the right hand side on these little tabs. Kind of creating a little roof there. And we need 8 of those. So let's repeat the sequence. Two, flag facing to the right. Three. Once again, the steps towards you, the flag facing to the right, wiggle it in a little bit. As you wiggle it, it should drop all the way down. And then left and right side. Three. Four. Five. Six, I guess. Seven and eight. Clean up a little burst because there are connection points in there, so it might be a little on the way. And then the last one. And that's 8 of D1s. Alrighty, still recording, which is great. Let's see, step. Clean up a little bit. Not to drop anything off the table. Let's see, step number 1, we need to take a D1 and put parts number 90 and 91 on one of them. 90 and 91 looks like it's going to be on board number 6. Good luck finding them. I see, found them. So 90 is on the left. On the left hand side, and 91 is on the right at the center line, a little bit below the middle. So I'm gonna flip this. I'm gonna use my cutting tool, and I'm gonna cut these little corners or connection points there. At least a couple of them. So pre-cut. So right at the center here, 90 and 91, and then we need, that's it for now. So 90 is gonna go on the left hand side. Let's see, there is a little square hole right here, so that's gonna go over the tab, and then left side, and then 91 is on the right side, so with the nice design towards facing outward. And then we need part number 92, which is on the same board, bottom left here, all the way on the left hand side. That's a 96, so make sure you grab the right one. That one's gonna go from the back. There are 2 holes and 2 tabs. Click it all the way in, and then 93, which is right here, 2 of that, or right below the middle on the left. We'll start the one on the left. This piece right here. 4 connection points, looks like it. That's our part number 93, and that one's going to be with the empty cube on the left and the colored in on the right hand side. Slide it in. That's our D2. Put it aside. Next is step 1 at the center here on the bottom. Once again, we take the next one, D1. We have part number 95 and 94. Those are also going to be on the same board. You just need to find them. 111, 94, 95, they're bottom right here. So kind of like in this middle of the quadrant. So these 2 guys, once again, let's get all the connection points first. Whichever ones, all the ones that you can see. Pre-cut most of them, and then it should be much easier to take those out. 94, 95, so 94 is going to go on the right hand side in a similar fashion. And 95 on the right hand side or left hand side. Facing towards the inside, that little step. Then we do 96 and 93. 96 is the bottom left, so it was right next to the 92. And then another 93 right to the right of the one that we did just before. Let me pre-cut it. 4 connection points on those, so a little tough game. All right, so 90. Once again, make sure that the nice, pretty surface is facing outward. 96 snaps all in, and 93, same thing. The empty square is on the left, and the colored one on the right. That's our D3. Moving on to page number 29. Take our subassembly C, turn it around, and let's see, so the D3, the one that we just assembled, is going to go onto this little corner. So 2 tabs going to go in here, and then 1, 2, 3 holes going to go onto 3 of these little, I think it was like 81 or something like that. So we're going to go down first. And make sure you do some leverage from the bottom, not to snap the bottom piece. So you kind of have to reach with your fingers there. I know it's kind of tough, but it is what it is. All the way in, and then parts number, need to push it sideways to get these 3 little tabs in. So you push it down, set it, and then push it towards these little 3 pieces that it's leaning against. Push them into the sub-assembly. All right, make sure it's sitting all the way in. That one's in. And the same thing we're gonna do on the other side with the D2. So 2 in, and then these 3 little tabs are gonna go on the side of the part. All right, and just once again, make sure these tabs are in. These tabs are in on this side. So 2 towers on the left and right. Moving on to the page number 30, which we need step number 3. Actually, bring it back in. We need parts number 97 and 98 on the left and right hand side. So those are on board number 5, looks like it. Board number 5. And we got 98, mine fell out. That's on right at the center here. That goes on the left hand side. And 97 is on the left hand side towards the edge. It's going to go here on the left of the game piece. All right, so let's see, we have 2 tabs here and 2 tabs on this side. So, okay, now I have to work it around, and there's a hole on this little piece. So fit it in there and then slide it over the tabs, lock it in. And same thing on the left-hand side. Where's my other piece here? So I slide it into the little hole on the D2 and then slide it into the places, into the tabs on your sides, locking it in. Next step number 4, we need part number 99. And that one is there's one on board number 2 in the top, a little to the right of the center line. And that one's gonna go on the left hand side or right hand side. Let's see, with the bottom tab. Upside down. Let's see, there's 3 holes. These 3, no. Where we're looking at. So we're looking at the right hand side first. Oh, that's gonna go between the top, this little piece that we just installed. So with the trident facing up, one tab goes down where the button is, and then the other 3 is going to go at the top of that little piece that we just installed 98 in my case, or in your case too. And then we flip it around and we do the same thing in between here and here, another number 99. That one's going to be on board number 8 all the way at the bottom there. There's a bottom right corner. Work it in, make sure you don't break it, use the tool if needs to be. And then it's the same thing, the single tab is gonna go right where the button is, and then you push it in on the sides, lifting this guy up a little bit, and then lowering it down just to set it in place on both ends. All right, so that's step number 5, completes the assembly on page number 30. Moving on to page number 31, put it aside for now. All right, we need another D1, step number 6, and we need part number 100 and 101. Looks like those should be on board number 6. 100 and 101. So 102. I see 102. Board number 8. Board number 8. Their top left corner. 2 of those are 100 and 101. Once again, hard to pull out, so I'm gonna pre-cut some of these little tabs. Make it a little bit easier and make sure I don't break the part. And then 100 is going to go on the left. And 101 is going to go on the right. Next step is number 7. We need part number 102, which is on board number 6. And that one's going to be right, a little bit to the right of the center line. This long piece. And another 93. So that one goes on the back. So the steps are, I call the steps are the front. And that's going to go in the top 2 holes. Right at the center of that piece. And then part number 93, once again on board number 6. It's the one's a little bit below middle. I got 2 more, looks like it. So 93, I'm going to pre-cut it. There are 4 connection points. I guess this part is pretty small, and for it, if it falls out, it's going to be very hard to distinguish which one is which. Hence the connection, tight connection on here, or extreme connection, I should say. Push that out. And then that one's going to go the same thing. Empty square on the left, the filled up square on the right. And that's our D4. Put it aside. Next, D1, part number 103 and 104. They're on board number 6 for sure. 103 and 104 right in the middle on the right hand side here. Pre-cut. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A lot of connections here. But once again, I don't want to break it, so for it to look nice and pretty, you need to make sure that you pre-cut as much as you can. Same thing, one is on the left, one is on the right. And then we need one long piece number 105, also on board number 6, to the left of the center line in the top there. Two holes towards the top on the back, so the long piece goes towards the bottom. All the way in, make sure it's nice and flush, and then we need part number 93 to lock it up. So we got one more left here. Once again, it's 4 connection points. Get it out, and same thing, empty square on the left, the other one's on the right. Squeeze it together. That's a D5. Moving on to the page number 32. Check up on you guys. Get our sub-assembly. Alright, so this one's D5. That's the second one. The one that we just assembled is going to go on the left-hand side here. So let's see. There's an opening right here. And that one's going to be, we're going to need to turn it around. So we need, let's see, our first step is that we need to insert these little tabs into here, into holes. Then we lock the center piece here, center tab, and then the one on the bottom. So these two tabs first, somehow. And then the back piece. Make sure it's all snapped together, nice and clean. And then the next step is we're installing part number 106 and 107 in between these two little guys. So 107 and 106, they're going to be on board number 2 in the top right corner here. So 106 going to be closer with the tab. Let's see, the tab, this little tab going towards this, closer to the center, I guess, closer to the front. So let's see, we're going to go in between two towers. So 2 holes, that's the front hole. I'll start with a 107 in the back because there's it's kind of like in the middle of the tower, and then the other one's also in the middle of the tower, so you kind of have to wiggle it in, push it in, and get it inside. Carefully move the components to make sure you don't break it. Once again, this little tab towards the front. And just like this, it will settle it in. All right. Moving on to the page number 33, and we were doing the same thing on the opposite end, on the opposite side. So first, we don't have little tabs that we need to stick it in, so it just goes into the center hole, and the one on the bottom, one in the center. Need to make sure that the holes match and push it all the way in, and then this little guy also kind of snaps in with the tab, and then we install 106, 107 on this side with a little tab towards the front, and those are on board number 4. and the middle here on the right hand side. Let's need a little more room, because looks like my table is too small for this little sub-assembly. All right, so once again, I'm gonna do the longer one on the back there first. So this one's a little easier because it's not attached at the bottom there. And then tap towards the front. Fat fingers. Rotate it slightly and insert. All right, we're done with page number 33. Moving on to the page number 34, we can put this aside for now. We got 2 more towers to build, or 4 total. Step number 6, we need part number, the little D1, and then board number 6, part number 103 and 108. Those are, let's see, bottom center. 103. Look at me not caring anymore. Let's see, 103 is going to be on the left hand side, and this is the steps are towards the front. I call it front. So as you're looking at the front, the 103 is on the left, and then 108 is on the right. And then we do part number 109, which is all the way at the edge here and then a little below the center. With the 2 tabs down, that's going to go in the back at the uppermost holes. Then we need part number 110. That's at the top right corner here, and that one's going to go in this open slot with the curve to the right hand side, just like this. And then we lock it up with number 93. Let's see, 93. Well, I guess all of these are 93s. Just these numbers are confusing me with the empty square to the left, the filled up square to the right. Squeeze it together. That's our D6. And then D7, we need parts number 112 and 111. They are, let's see, that's 90, 91, 111, 112. They're right at the center, a little below the middle, I guess halfway maybe. Also board 6. 112 is on the right hand side or left hand side, and 111 is on the right as you're facing the front. And obviously the sharp pieces are facing the front also. Then we need part number 113, which is right next to the 109, and then part 93 again. 2 tabs going down towards the bottom. Put it on, and then lock it up with 93, empty square on the left, and that's our D7. Okay, moving on to the page number 35. First is D6, taking our sub-assembly, let's see where we at. We are on the right hand side, so that one's gonna go into this hole right here, skipping these 2 tabs, and one of the holes on the bottom. 2 holes on the bottom. Alrighty, let's see. There's 1 tab. Kind of similar situation, so we need into the secondary tab first, or the tab on the tab at the top first, in, and then the back we snap in 2 points, 1 in the center and 1 in the bottom here. So 2 here, 1 here, and then 1 in the top. And that's on the right hand side because it's got that little curved piece in here. And then we need parts number, let's see, 114, 115, and 116, which are all on board number 4. Board number 4, 114, 115, right to the right of the center line, right below the middle a little bit, 114, 115, 116. And let's see, so 116 towards the back, the uppermost. A little rotation, squeeze it in. Next one is 115, which is just a straight piece. That one's going to go in the holes that are in the middle and a little below. So you do one side up probably, and the right is first, and then on the left is second. Just get into the hole and it should kind of like snap in. And then 2 tabs facing towards inside. They're gonna go into the bottommost hole on 2 towers, just like this. Okay. That's our page number 35. Moving on to the page number 36. And let's see, that one's gonna be, where are we going? Gonna turn it around. And our D5, D4, 5, D4 or 5, whichever one, D6, D7, D7. Gonna go into opposite location in a similar fashion, but there's 2 tabs there, 2 holes, so we do the holes first. And then we do the centerpiece, and then the ones on the bottom here. Line them up, squeeze them in all together. And let's see, same situation. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, same guy. Oh, that was supposed to be the last one. Whichever way you want to do it, I guess, works out either way. I didn't see that it's 1, 2, 3 from the bottom. Looked like it's 1, 2, 3 from the top, which the way I would have put it on. All right, back to the board number 4. And bottom right is 14, 15, and 16 there. Alrighty. And we do the 16 on the back. That's gonna go in first. I find it the easiest. Then the straight piece, nothing to it. Squeeze it in, and then the tabs facing towards the inside, they're gonna go, that's the third piece, 114. Just like this, and we're done with page number 36. Moving on to the page number 37. I'll put that sub-assembly on the side. We're good on timing. All right, let's see. We got two more, D1, 90 and 91. Those are on board number 6. Back onto board number 6 again. 90, 91 is a bottom right. 90 on the left, 91 on the right. Step number 6 on page number 37, we got part number 117. Top left, but the second from the left. Tab down towards the bottom. Two holes at the top. Squeeze it in, and then 93 to lock it up in front. And that one's gonna go with the empty square on the left, and then the filled up on the right. That's our D8. And then the last D1 piece, we need part number 95, 4 and 95. They're in the top right corner here. In my case, yours is probably, you already used it. The ones on the below here. Otherwise, I use those. So I'm gonna need 116, 118, sorry. Upper left. And then 93, the last piece that is left right at the below center there. Alrighty. So let's do the side pieces first. 94 and 95. 108 on the back there. And then 93 on the front with the white square on the left. And that's our D9. Moving on to the page number 38. So D8 is gonna go on the right hand side into the last two holes. And let's see if the other approach is better. So we snap it in the bottom here first. Then in the center. Maybe a little bit better, and then we do the front. Although it doesn't matter much. Okay, and then that's gonna be parts number 119, 120, and 121. They're all on board number 2. A little below the middle on the right and left hand side, whichever ones. And then once again, the 120, the one with the tabs all the way at the outside. The second one without anything is in the middle. And then the tabs towards the inside, they're gonna go on the bottom hole. And the internal, you gotta squeeze the parts a little bit, push them aside to get to those holes. And it's our bleachers. And then moving on to page number 39, and we're doing the same thing on the opposite end with the D9. So let's see, bottom first. Then the centerpiece, need to line up the hole. And then we do the fronts. I guess it may be a little bit slightly easier, not much. But it's same concept. You got to come in diagonally. And then the same thing, we do 121, 120, and 119. They're on the left-hand side in my case on board number 2. And then let's see, 121, the up topmost. There you go. 120 is next. That's just the way I approach it because it's just a little easier for me to reach if you go from inside, right? And then the front, once again with the tabs towards the outside now, or the further end. Same thing was on the other side. I think it was the tab towards the further end. So the back, towards the back. Right, bleachers are ready. Moving on to the page number 40. Step number 5 on page number 40. Need parts number 122, 123, and 124. They're all on board number 2. Put that aside for a sec. Board number 2. Let's see, 122 is on the right hand side here. That's the long piece right below the middle a little bit. Then 123 and 124. So 124 is a little bit to the left of the center line, below the middle. And then 123, one at the top, a little bit above the middle on the right hand side. And the other one's on the bottom left, almost at the edge there. All right, then bring our board back here. Let's see, 122. Is gonna go at the front. And that's going to be in the tabs here on the bottom tabs. Opening. One side and then the other side. 123 is going to go with the little tab. Let's see, there's a straight one and a little tilted. So the straight one's going to be towards the inside. And then we insert it into here. Wait. That one's the wrong hole. This one's here. So insert it. The slanted piece is going to go into the tower. No. The straight piece is going to go into the tower, and slanted piece is going to go into this vertical piece. Same thing on the other side, the straight piece into the tower, second hole, and the slanted one into the upper piece. And then 124 will go, let's see, on these little into the uppermost hole, I guess. Let's see, it can go only one way. Is there a hole? Yep, uppermost. 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 There you go. This one fell out, so let's put it back in. All right, so it's uppermost holes. So it's 3 levels, same thing. And make sure these little tabs on the sides, they're into the tower. So that's our sub-assembly D. Next step is we need part number 125, 126, 127. We're good still on the recording. Alrighty, so those are on board number 8 and 7. Let's get those out. So let's see, we need 126. That's on board number 7 on the bottom here, the straight piece. And one of the shorter one. $126, $125, and $127 are on board number 8. I see $127 on the bottom, a little bit to the left. And 125 is going to be right at the center line here. So 125 is going to go, let's see, we are on the right hand side. So it says 3R on 125. That one's going to go into the side here. $129 is going to go with the 4R at the center towards the top. And then 130 is going to go with 8R towards the top. Top, center, right. Kind of creating a little X with a line in the middle. That's step 1. Step 2, 128, 129, and 130. So 129 is the second longest piece here on board number 7. And then board number 8 would have 128. That's at the top. It's a second to the left, a little bit to the left of the center line, next to the 125 that we just pulled out. And then 130 is going to be on the bottom there. It's the 1, 2, 3, 4th piece, or second from the left of these nice pieces. So these gonna go into the second on the left hand, on the right hand side. So let's see, 128, that's the one that's got 6R. Gonna go first on the curved portion section, top and bottom. 129 with 7R towards the top, gonna go in the middle. A little crack here. And then 130 is gonna go on the right hand side. All right, everything is good. And then the last step, number 3, that's gonna go at the end here. It's part number 131, 132, and 133. And so let's see, board number 8 will have 131 as the third one to the left of the center line here. 133 is on the bottom. Is it on the bottom? You see 134, 131. 133 is straight piece, so that's on the board number 7. That's the right of the center line here. 133. And 131. We got 131, 132, and 132 is just broke off here. It's second from the left. On board number 7 still. All right, so 131 is first. That's gonna go at the edge here. The 9R is towards the top. Just like this. And then 132 with the 10R towards the top is going to go into the second hole. The second hole, and then 131 is going to go with the 10R. It's going to go only into the middle and the bottom hole here. So we're going to do the middle one first. You got to kind of wiggle it around because it's behind the column. And then on the bottom here. So that goes into here, this hole, and here. And just squeeze everything together, make sure everything sits nice and perfect. And we're moving on to the page number 42 and doing the similar thing on the opposite end. Everything is running. So we need parts number 134, 35, 36. 134, 35 is on the board number 7. 134 is board number 8, is right at the center one. And then 135, 136 is going to be at the top, fourth one from the center line, or second one from the edge on the left. All right, so let's see, 136, we're on the left hand side here. So 134 is gonna go 3L. It's gonna go into the first hole here. then the straight piece with the 4L, it's the left hand side, and then the 8L, or what is it, 5L with the left. Done. Squeeze it from the top, make sure everything sits nice and perfect. Then we need parts number 137, 138, and 139. So 137 is the second one from the center. 138 was on board number 7. And then 139 is at the top here, last piece at the top. That's gonna go into the second one. And same thing, 137's got 8L. That's gonna go on the left. So let's start with the 137, sorry, is 6L. It goes at the top first. No, that's on the left hand side, right? That's 139. 137, 6L. That was 8. And then the straight piece, it's got 7L. And then the piece on the left, it's got 8L. And that's on the left. Squeeze it all together, make sure it's nice and tight. All good. And then the last step, number 6, we need parts number 140, 141, and 142. So 141, I got that on that long piece. 140 is the bottom left. It's the last piece that is left on there. And 142, it's a spare. Let's see, where can I find 142? I think I exhausted all the pieces for now. 142 on board number 7 to the left of the center line. All right. And similar fashion, first one we're putting the 9L into the top, then middle, and the bottom. Then we go with a straight piece, 10L. And the last piece is 11L. It's going to go from inside there first at the top. And then the bottom piece to lock it in. All right, moving on to the page number 43, and that's when we install the field. Alrighty, field, first one is this guy. That's gonna go up front. Right now, that's going in the back. So that goes in the back. We need to pull it out carefully. Make sure all the holes are punched out. Have a helping tool somewhere. And we're gonna take a little bit of a break. We'll be back. Okay, so we're on page 43. Just punch all the holes through to make sure that we can insert it properly and normally. rid of all these extra pieces that are sticking out. All right, and then it goes right into the back. Make sure all the parts are fitting correctly. Just like this. All right, nice and flat. And then the second piece, let's see also the half round shape. Take it out. That's a step 8. Same thing, we got some internal pieces, pre-cuts. You can use the helping tool, just kind of bend them over, get them out. And then flip it upside down and get them removed. I have to clean up a little bit after this spring cleaning. All right, and that goes on the front in a similar fashion. All the way in, so it sits nice and flat. And then we need to do the sides. So let's see for the teams. All right, so on the right hand side, blue, gets a little bit of a green piece. That goes on the side, locks in into the these little tab pieces. The one that are sticking out. On the side, and make sure the hole is right here. That's coming out from the one of the towers. Now we're moving on to the page number 44. big round piece at the top, at the front. That's gonna go, the one that's on the left hand side of the paper. And then once again, we need to get all the tabs out. That one kind of rounded off a little bit. And insert it one by one. Into all the matching tabs. Just make sure that all these holes, they're sitting in the tabs, those little tiny tabs that are on the these pieces that we installed. Nice and round. And then let's see. Making sure that everything fits nice and perfect. And then we need a small green piece in there. And then, oh, that's step number 11, then it's the second long piece. Confused, that looked the same, so I thought it was the same thing. Alright, and then continuation. And once again, make sure all the tabs are locked in onto the paper, so that way it sits nice and tight. And then turn it around. Let's see, first one in the back. There's two green pieces. They should be the same, both of them. Then we keep the paper still, just in case. Not just in case, but I'm sure there's going to be more applications. And so this guy's go into the corresponding holes, giving it a little bit of a tilted or tilt. So make sure you also get them in the corresponding holes. You can use the helping tool. And we need to lock it into the place. Hold on. Need to lock all the tabs. Make sure they fit nice and tight. Cut it in a little bit. Need to get it out. Pushed in too much, so we can play around with it a little bit. The other end, kind of similar situation, a little pain in the butt, but you just need to make sure that all these tabs are inserted into the proper allocations. Go. And then same thing, turn it around and do it on the other side. So we're going to start with the top ones and then insert the bottom. Kind of giving it a little bit round shape. nice and tight. So round off pieces are completed. So if you guys can see it, so all the tabs are inserted into the top holes and the bottom holes on the front paper here too. So kind of giving it like a little bit of a round off spacing on there. All right, moving on to the page number 46. Need to install that Quidditch. Let's see, we don't need to install any tabs right now, right? So these are just getting installed. Let me clean this off a little bit, just to make sure that that paper is not on the way. Alrighty, so next one is we need to install the Quidditch section on the front here. It says this paper still, it's, and then 150, we're still not touching. So take out the Quidditch portion. There's 2 holes, top left, top right. And it goes right here. We're still recording, and we need parts number 144 to lock these up. 143 and 144, they all on board 6 and 7. $150, let's see, 144, the top, 143 top right corner, and then 144 is right next to it. 2 parts, and then board number 6. Bottom left are 143 and 144. So 144 is going to go and log this Quidditch in. Snapped out. We need to hold it from the bottom. I'll put a little bit of a wax on it just to make sure that it goes in nice and easy. So hold the part from the bottom. Make sure it doesn't pop out. And then the same thing on the other side. I'm going to put a little bit of a wax. It reduces the friction greatly. And the same thing, hold it from the bottom and insert it into the hole. And then parts number 143, they go, looks like with the tab up, they're gonna go on the right and left hand side here to lock 2 papers in. Same thing, I'm gonna put a little bit of a wax on all 3 tabs. Left side is complete, and then the right side. So again, hold it from the bottom just to give it a little bit of a leverage. And then lock these 2 in. Alrighty, moving on to the page number 47. I'm gonna put that on the side. Page number 47, we start with step number 1 at the top. We need parts number, on board 8, parts number 145, 146, and 147. Let's see, 145 is going to be top right corner here. 147s are right next to them. Top right corner. And then 146, we need also 3. There's a little bit to the left here of the center line at the top. 2 of them. And then 1, we can get it from a little bit above the middle on the right hand side. And then we need to sand these pieces. I'm using my precision file. Just one of the other tools that you can have in your arsenal. It just makes it a little easier because the width of it is about the same as of the plywood. So it kind of makes it easier to hold it together. Or not hold it together, but easier to wax. So let's see. 146 goes in. Now 147 over those. Then we need one of the 20mm rubber bands. That's the little bigger and thicker one. And then this one's gonna go over the this 147 pieces. Make sure it doesn't twist anywhere. It's a nice straight. Hold on, are there thicker pieces there too or no? Or are those that's... No, those are the ones. Those are the ones. So 140 over 147, and then 148 is on top. So 148 is at the center at the top there. And then we lock this rubber band inside. And that's our F1. And then we need pieces 145, kind of similar thing. 145. That one's also on board number 1 on the top, a little bit to the left of the center line. 147, there's 2 on the left here, top left. And let's see, we need one more. One more is on the right. A little below the middle. Sorry for the slight delay. And then 146, a little above the middle on the right hand side. There are 3 left. And the same scenario, so we just sand it off a little bit, the connection points. And we're doing the same thing, except it's now the other opposite direction. So now the 145 is turned towards you. All right, and then we need another one of those rubber bands that is on the thicker side, and 20mm length. And part number 149 to lock it all up. On the bottom to the right of board number 8. Sorry, I kind of like pulled it off without showing you the board. And lock it up on all 3 sides. And that's our F2. Moving on to the page number 48. And those go in a F1 is on the left hand side. These 3 holes, right? No, there go these 3 holes on the bottom. So once again, make sure you go hold it from the bottom. And then F2 is going to go on the right hand side. Locking these 2 in. Step number 2, we need part number 150, 147, 151, 150, 151, and 152. So those are boards 3 and 7. And we need 2 of those, so it's a double of each. So board number 7, that's 8. We got parts number 150, 151 is on the board number 7 right at the bottom here, center. 147 is right above it. And 150 is to the right in the same quadrant. And then 152 is the top right port. And then that's board number 7, and then the other one is on board number 3. Let's see, so 150 is on the left hand side here and halfway to the bottom from the middle. 151 and 147 at the top left. And then 152 is the top right on board number 3. And then we need to wax and sand 147 and 152. Sorry for all the extra noise that was the cage was making. And then we need to wax it too. All right, and then so 152, 151 goes into this slot right here. And let's see, we need to make sure that it goes all the way in. And then 152 2 goes all over it and all the way down to the bottom. So you might want to put a little bit of wax on these little tabs. That way it'll make it easier to slide it all the way in. Here we go. And then 147 goes over this little tab that is sticking out at the other end. And same thing on the other one, because we need to make 2 of these. All the way in. Wax it up. And then 152 over these. And then 147 on the other one. All right, that's our F3. Put it aside. Now we need 2 rubber bands. All right, we need to make 2 more parts. Parts number boards 3 and 7 again, and parts number 153, 154, 155. So board number 3, 155 is a little to the left of the center line here. 153 is to the left, bottom left corner, and 154 would be bottom right. And we do the same thing for board number 7. We'll pull 153 and 153 is bottom right. 154 is to the left of the center line on the left, and then 155 a little below the middle and the center line. And then 153 on the bottom, 154 we insert here into the opening, squeeze it all the way in, 155 over the top of it, flush. Same thing for the second one. Flush, and then we need 2 20mm rubber bands, the thicker ones. These 2 guys over part number 155. Same thing, just make sure it doesn't twist. Nice and even all around. Just like this. And same thing for the other one. Alrighty, and then we turn our sub-assembly upside down, and there's 2 round holes, so that's where our F3s are going into, with the longer piece sticking through, and then our 47 or whatever that, yeah, 47 goes into this little hole that is controller. Same thing for the other one. Well, we'll start with the first one, and then this little guy installed with the rubber band towards the top. We push it through, so I'm holding it from the bottom, that F2 part. And facing towards the bottom, if I remember correctly on the games, because you gotta go up. So as you press it, you gotta go up and come down like this. And then same thing on the other side. We inserted the longer piece into the hole, the short piece into the slot there. Hold it with your finger from the bottom to make sure you apply even pressure and then install this little guy over it. And it should be the same idea on the other side. And we're done with page number 49. Moving on to the page number 50. And we're installing 156, 157, and 158 over these two little bouncy things. Let's see, they all over the pages. So board number 3, it's gonna be first. We got one part number 158 on the bottom right here. Then we go board number 4. We got parts number 156 at the center at the top here, and to the right, a little bit above the middle. Then we go to board number 7, and we have bottom right another 158, and then two 157s a little below the middle on the right hand side there. Get all these ports out, and then we'll install them. 156 goes in first. Once again, I'm gonna support it from the bottom, and that goes over at this little tab over here on both sides, so they have to face down. Then we got 157 kind of over two pieces over that 156 that we just installed. One piece fell out. All right, let's remove that. Make sure it's lined up again. Make sure it's installed all the way in, so locks in. And then 158 over the pieces to lock that in too. Go, and then it should go forward and back. Need to work it in probably with the rubber bands. Not enough power just yet, but we'll worry about it a little bit later. Same thing on the other side. Need to make sure you hold these pieces as you install them. They don't pop back out. Just like this. So it's completed. F3. Let's see. Now part number, let's put it on the side. Make sure that we're good on the recording. We need parts number 1 for the step 1 on page number 51. We need parts number 159, 160, 161, and 162. All of them are on board number 8. And let's see, 163 we don't need it right now. 159 top left of board number 8. 160 is going to be right at the bottom bottom right corner. 161 is going to be right above the right below the middle on the left hand side here, and then 162 top right corner. It's this little guy. All right, so we got, when we flip this one with that wing towards the left hand side, 161 goes in the second hold from the edge, and then 161 is going to go into these two little holes with the one that are closest to each other facing down all the way in, and then 162 is going to go over these two tabs with the hole facing towards the center of this part. Just like this. Put it aside, and then step number 2, we need part number 163, which is on the bottom left, and then 161 bottom right, and then the same thing, when goes to the left, second hole, we insert part number 160 into 163. Make sure it's nice and tight. Back into our larger assembly, and then the part from step number 1 goes on the left hand side. There is a slot here, so that one goes over on this guy. And this opening goes onto the part that is already installed in the middle there. So it needs to line it up. Make sure you hold it from the bottom as always, just to make sure you don't break through the piece. And the same thing on the right hand side for the step number 4. Two connection points. Slide it in to lock it all up. Moving on to the page number 52. We got parts number 150, 164, 164, and 165. So 4 of 164s and 2 of 65. 165 is on, let's see, I have board 8 out, so we need 4 of parts number 164. A little above the middle on the right hand side at the edge, 1. A little bit to the left of the center line above the middle, 2. Below the middle on the left hand side all the way at the edge, 3. And then center line a little bit to the right, halfway to the bottom, 4. 2 parts 165. They're a little bit above the middle to the right of the center line, 1, and a little below the middle to the right of the center line, almost at the edge, 2. And then we're gonna go to board number 5 for parts number 166, top right corner here, 2 of them for the next step. Looks like there's 2 versions of the game. We're gonna hold off on that one for now for 166. All right, let's install these guys. These go 164 on a with a shorter piece down on the right and left hand side of the, top and bottom of this little sticking out portion, and just use your tool to snap those in. board's on the way. All right, 1 and 2. And then 156 over it. These are a little tough to install. Alright, one side is good. And the other side, same thing. Make sure you hold it from the bottom. So 164. Oh. As far as it can go on both ends. Don't forget to apply a little bit of a wax if it doesn't go through it very well. That one is a little struggle there. And then once you apply wax, it should snap right into the I guess there's a directionality piece to it. So this side is properly installed, which is good. Just checking. And another one, or I think it's going to be such a struggle for these two little parts. So let's see at version 1 and then version 2. They can be rotational, or version 3 could be bounce and rotational. So let's do one bounce, one rotational. So version 3, we need that one of the bumpers. And that bumper is going to go over the part all around on the left hand side or right hand side, doesn't matter. Then part number 166 to lock it up on the left. All the way in, and then 167 is going to be on the other option. 167, there's one on the board number 4, bottom center. Put a little bit of wax on the inside. That one's over. And then same thing. Make sure it rotates nice and easy, and then lock it up with $166. That one should rotate fairly freely. All right, and then step number 7, part number 168 on board number 3. Bottom right here. That guy goes right in the center here. Right over this tab. Kind of like in the middle of that little tab. Moving on to page number 54. And we lock it up. That guy 169 and 170. They're both on board number 3. 170 is bottom a little below the middle on the left hand side here. And then 169 is on the bottom right. So 169 is going to go from left hand side. And then 170 is going to go from the right hand side. Make sure the decorations are on the outside. And then 171, step number 9, also on board number 3. It's top left corner there. To lock it up all from the top. Careful with these pieces because this one's fragile, so I'm going to hold it from the bottom there. And that's our F4. Moving on to the page number 55. Looks like I'm not even halfway through it. Let's see, 83. All right. I'm gonna put it on the side. Check the video. Make sure you guys are okay. All right. We're on page number 55. Step number 1. Parts number 172, 73, 74, 75, and 76. Board 2 and 5. Let's see, board number 2. Part number 170. Let's see, 172 right at the center here on the right, a little bit to the left. 173 is right in the middle on the left hand side. 174 is a little above the middle on the right hand side, and then 175 on below the middle on the right hand side. Alrighty, so in 176 is bottom right, this little part here. So let's see, got 172. There's one of the tabs, that longer one, we need to put a little wax on it. Then 173 goes right into it with the little T on the right towards the right hand side. So it goes into these little 2 slots. Then 176 gonna go through this hand, through the rectangular hole from the bottom when the hand is facing kind of like away from you. All the way. And then this little bed, top of the bed, is gonna go over that piece. Locking it up. And then this is gonna go over, let's see, the hook is over there. It's gonna go over this little part. So it rotates just a slight bit. That's why we need, let me get it off and put a little bit more wax on a shaft. There you go. It's more rotation. Now we need that smaller rubber band that is 10 millimeters. We have a few left. And that one's gonna go over the T and hook up over the T, over the hand, and get back onto the T. So there is a little slight movement like this. That's our F5. Step number 1 on the bottom of the page number 55. We're gonna go on to board number 5. Oh, hold on, we forgot step 3. That's part number 177. It looks like that's the first board that we completed. That's board number 2. Yay, that's the winner. And this, let's see, that's 177. Which way it goes? Three holes from the top. A little quicken motion. Number 1 step at bottom 55. We're gonna go to board number 5. And let's see, we need 173. Little to the left of the center line at the top. 175 is right next to it. We need 172 to the left. Let's see what other parts. 174 is also to the left. And then 176 is a little below the middle on the left hand side. And kind of similar scenario, except looks like it's rotated the other direction now. 176 from the bottom of the hand is rotated the other direction. All the way in, baseball bat over that. This goes over the little tab all the way down. T to the left now. So hand is looking to the left. And same thing, we get that little rubber band there. And do the same thing. T under it, into the hole, and over that little T. Locking it in, giving it a little bit of a motion. And then we need part number 177 on the left hand side there on board number 5. And that one's gonna go over the tabs that we have facing the other direction. And that's our F6. Moving on to the page number 56, sorry. We install these guys in the top left and right corner. I'm gonna go with the left first. Put a little bit of wax on these little tabs so so they slide in easier. Same thing on the other side. Little wax in the tabs, and they're gonna slide in easier. On the right hand side. Hold it from the bottom, make sure you to apply even pressure. Step number 2, we need part number 178. So we need 2 of those. One is on board number 3 and one is on board number 5. So one's on board number 3. Right at the center here, right around these little gears that we have. And then that's board number 3, and then board number 5. And board number 5, we'll have it at the top right. And then those getting installed on to these 2 little tabs. Let's see, the ones that are diagonal. These ones you gotta be a little careful installing, making sure that they sit nice and tight and you don't break the parts. And same thing on the other side. That's a step number 3. Nice and tight. Alrighty. Then we go to page number 57. Step number 1 is step number 4 is board number 1, part number 179. That's a long piece right at the center here. Carefully remove it from the board. We'll need part 180, which is right to the right of it, and 181 is in the top right corner. A little piece that requires the help tool to get it out. All right, that one's done. The board number 1 is also done. 1 and 2 are completed, and then part 182 is on board number 8. It's a little below the middle on the left hand side here. Alrighty, so let's see, step number 4 is part 180. 181 is going to go into that rectangular hole or square hole at the end. I'm going to use the help tool to get it in. And then 182 with the little thicker portion towards the bottom. Squeeze it over, nice and tight. And then we take this long piece, there's a tab with the little teeth, wax it up, and then with the curvature to the right away from you, we put that part, the sub-assembly that we just made with the 182 towards the bottom. To the right, we get it over here, and to make sure that the other piece is coming towards here. So when this down, this is up, it kind of blocks it off, and so on. So it kind of sits in between here, between the line, and then the little hole, the little tab of 180 sticking into the hole. And this goes on the right hand side over this one. So there's a hole goes over this tab, and the other hole is going to go over the tab of that part at the end. So just like this, and at the end there. And that's step number 6, page number 58. We go to board number 3, and then the part 183 right at the center here. That's going to go on the right hand side. Carefully remove it from the board. Make sure you don't break it. And that's going to go on the right hand side in a similar fashion. So the tab here and the tab at the end there. Hold it from the bottom to get it locked in. All right, that's our F7. Moving on to page number 59. We need parts number 184, and we need 6 of them. They're on board number 6 and 7. 184 bottom right. And right above the middle on the right. And we're done with board number 6. We got that part 167 that I chose not to install, but you can keep it, maybe install it. I'll pull it out. Just maybe for the future, install it. So we're done with board number 6. And then board number 7. On the left hand side, 2 184s. Top and a little at the middle, and then a little to the right, to the left of the center line above the middle here, and 1 2 3, and then one more almost to the center line, and or a little to the right at the bottom. All right, that's our page board number 7, and those guys gonna go with these little stripes towards the top, and the 3 holes, 1 facing you obviously, 2 3 on the left, and then 3 on the right hand side. Next step number 2, we need part number 185. That's on board number 5. On the left, bottom left here. And that one's gonna go with the hole to the left hand side. We're gonna install it over this little tab here. So the 2 holes go towards the bottom, and the other hole is on the left. All the way in the back. Step number 3, we need part number 186 and 187. Those are on board number 4. On the right hand side, a little below the middle, there's 186, and then 187 is right next to it. .188 is going to be also on the same board to the bottom of it, to a little below that on the right. Just going to pull it out right away. We need 2 wax, 1 sand and wax 186. Gonna do both surfaces because I don't know which one and how it installs just yet. Then 187. 187 is going to go a little wax. We need also on these, just both sides, just to be on the safe side. And then 187, I would wax that little round piece. It gets inserted into this little hole with a little arch away from the part, just like this. And then 188 locks that in, going from the back into that little slot, all the way in and flush. That's our F8. We're moving on to the page number 60, and that's gonna go, let's see, installed from the back on the right hand side. So like when you turn it towards the back, it's going to be on the left hand side into that little slot here. And then part, it falls out a little bit, so it's just gonna need to hold it for a slight second. And then part number 189, which is on board 8, gonna go on the right hand side. It's on board 8 on the bottom right here. We also need to sand and wax both sides. It's going to be inside sliding, so it's going to go on the right. So this guy on the right, the other guy is on the left, or vice versa if you look at from the front, right and left. And then we're going to need to install part 190, which is on board number 7. Top right, and we're gonna lock those in. So one side, yeah, little tough. Make sure that hook is through this slot. This top piece also slot, and then we need to start hooking it here. So I'm gonna go from first step, then make sure that these guys fall into places. And they're not, that's why I'm gonna use a little helping tool just to get these on. So that side is first. Okay, and it clears it up a little bit. There you go. Everything is inside, but don't snap it just yet because we need to insert this little piece. So the hook through this slot. And make sure this guy goes also. And then we need to lock it in. This one's like when you have a lot of holes, it's harder to slide those in. There you go. This one's locked. and this one's locked. All right, so make sure it sits nice and flush on all sides. All holes, all holes, all holes. All right, these are nice and set. These are within, so they move up and down a little bit. And let's see, it's all locked up. We're done with page number 60. Moving on to the page number 61. And we need two parts number 191. They're on board number 8, top right corner here. And those go over these little tabs on the left and right hand side. Okay, now preventing them from falling out accidentally. And then we need two 10mm rubber bands. We still have some. And those go on the hooks on the left and right hand side. Doubling them up, so they're from the top hook, wrap them around the bottom hook and hook it up at the top again. One on the left and one on the right. So from the top around the bottom. And over the top one again. Well, there you go. And these two should move up and down. Okay, and same thing. Oh, on the right hand side you only need it once. So you double up on one side, on this side you don't need to double up, you just do it once. On that, if you're looking at from the front on the left hand side, if you're looking from the back on the right hand side. So this guy only one rubber band, the other one is loop it around to do a double. And then we turn it around, step number 6. We need part number 192 on board number 7. And that's the last one on this board. Congratulations, 3 boards down. Oh, sorry, 192 on board number 7. Then this is going to go into the 2 holes at the top of the tower there. I'm going to put a little bit of a wax on there so it's easier to insert. One side and the second. And that's our subassembly F. I'm going to put it aside, moving on to the page number 62. Alrighty. Check the video is all good. Alright, part number 193 and 147. 193 is going to be on board number 8. On a little below the middle, all the way on the left hand side. 147s, there's bottom right, we have some left. We need to sand and wax that little 147 part. And wax. And put it on to 193 at the end. And then we need one of the dials, the one that says left and right. You're gonna go through part with the numbers facing towards you. It's gonna go through the 193, just like this, all the way in, as far as it can go. Turn it around, and then we need parts number, in step 2, we need parts number 196, that's board number 4. that's top right corner there. Part number 195, also board number 4 is in the to the right of the center line, closer to the top. And then part number 194, that's going to be on board number 3, the little to the right of the center line at the top. So that one's going to go first, 195 into this little slot, and then 196 over it. Make sure your holes are matching. These X hole is matching up. We need to wax these little dip in here on both parts, 196 and 194. Once again, make sure these two holes are matching, and then we enter the 196 part over it. And I apologize for the screams. That's my daughter playing with the dog. So they're super excited to yell at each other. All right, and then let's see. When we insert this into here, it should be going towards the top. These two sections. When you look at straight and vertical, this is in vertical position. These are going to be facing a little bit to the, I want to say probably, what is it, 2 o'clock position or so. Alrighty. Next step 3 on the bottom of the page is we need parts number 199. That's board number 8. On the left, a little bit below the center line. Part number 198, which is probably board, let's see, 4. Do we have 4? No. They're on board number 4, 3, 4, probably 3. 198 is a little to the left of the center line. 197 is right below it. And then another 197 also below it, right at the center line. Now we need all these waxed all around. 198, 197. And then 197, make sure the teeth are going clockwise direction, facing clockwise direction, with the little dot going towards the top, facing teeth facing clockwise direction as you look at it. So 2 197s, we're putting one over the other. Make sure once again that hole or little dot that is on there facing are in the same location. Then the same thing for 198, the dot is facing the same direction towards the top in our case. And then 199, I'm gonna put a little bit of wax on there. It's gonna lock all these in. And that one should go all the way down up until it's flush. There we go. Flush on the ends, and we're gonna put it on the sides. That's our G1. Step number 1 on the bottom right, we need parts number 147. We have some of them on board number 8. Bottom right, at least for me, I need 2 right now, so I got 2 there. Let's see, board number 4, 147, part number 200 on board number 8, 200 top left corner here. let's see, 201 is gonna be on board number, no, it's 211. 201 is gonna be on board number 4. 2 of them, top right corner. So I got 200, and now I need 203 and 202. Those are on board number 4. 203 is in the little below the middle on the left hand side here, and 202 is bottom left. And we're done with board number 4. All good. Now we need 2 wax. I would sand 147 all around. And we need 2 wax the 147s. One 201, both of those. Uh, 203. And then 147s, they do need to be waxed also, not only sanded. All right, now with 200, with the longer piece tab, going through one of the 201s, and make sure that little slot is closer to you towards the top. Then 203 is going to go through the same, and then 147 on the is going to go on the end. All right, and then we're going to go 202 from the right hand side all the way in. 201, make sure that little slot or marking matches the marking on the other 201, and then we'll lock it with the 147. So a little movement here. And that's our G2. Moving on to page number 63. All right, we're on page number 63. We need to, let's see. This is gonna go from the back. G1 is gonna go into the bottom hole on the left. And then G2 will go into, let's see which way, with the 2 gears in the hole on the right. The one that has 2 gears in there. And then step number, all right, let's see. So this is gonna be exclamation point, so it needs to go with a little tab or marking towards the top left, like about 11 o'clock. So the two little whatchamacallit, two sides or two teeth, the little opening is right next to it, just like this. So these two teeth are right next to the opening. This is 11 o'clock, so that's the way it's supposed to be as of right now. All right, and then our next step number 3, so just carefully to make sure it doesn't fall down. Our step number 3, we need parts number 205. They're on board number 8. 204 top to the right of the center line. 206 is going to be to the left of the center line. And then 205 is going to be a little bit below the middle on the right hand side, or maybe a little bit above the middle. And then we do need the U plus 150, let's see, from the papers that U plus 150 win. Rest of the paper is garbage. 2 holes. All right, so let's see. The 206 gonna go through. Need to wax it through the bottom here. So this hook to the right, the 206 is going to go through the bottom and all the way in till it locks it in. And then we need to wax this little tab on the back. And then the 150 we're going to put against these 2 holes, and from the front we lock it up with 205. So we can push 205 through 150 and then lock it up. Turn it around 180 degrees. This little tab also needs to be. Moving to the page number 64, and then that's gonna go into the back, also into the top right corner here. Now there's a hole, so it's gonna go right in there with a longer tab. And then we need a little rubber band that is a 10 millimeter, and that's gonna get hooked onto this little 2 hooks on here. And so the hook right here and this one on actual part, the one that we just installed. I'm gonna take the part out. I'm gonna hook the rubber band on here first. I'm gonna put it back in. And now I'm gonna hook it onto that little part number 14 or whatever it is, right here. So these 2 are, it goes right here and then on the other one. And then moving on to the page number 65. Put that aside. Step number 6, we need parts number 208, 207. They're all on board number 8. Let's see. And we will need 207 is a bottom on to the right of the center line. 208 is at the top to the right of the center line. I'm going to use the helping tool here. 209 It's going to be on board number 3, and then 147 on board number 8. We got one more on the bottom here. There's a spare one too, just in case. All right, so 148, we do need to sand and wax. We do need to wax part 209. All around, and then part number 208, there's a little tab that needs to be waxed. So I'm gonna do 208. Oh, we need another counter there from this sheet. Pull the counter out, throw the paper out, get that centerpiece out. So 208 is gonna go through this paper, left and right in horizontal direction, no, vertical. 207 is gonna go in a horizontal direction. And we need to make sure we push it all the way in. To be flush. So as far as it can go. Right, then it goes the little, let's see, so 0LR facing in the horizontal direction. The little dial, or like a little slash mark, should be towards the back on the left hand side. So that's how you push the gear through, and then you lock it up with 147 in the back. And then that piece is gonna go on the back. We need to make sure it matches the little slot. It's gonna match with the slot on the gear that we just installed. So this slot matches this slot. So, and that's gonna go in the top hole here towards the front. Or does it fit in between? Okay, it has to go in between the wheel and the wheel on the other gear that was installed already, in between there and the actual counter or the paper. Insert it. So the two slots, these two dashes or whatever, match each other. So that has to be turned, and then if you look from the front, it should be 0, 0. and then whatever the number is on the other one. So the 2 zeros should match. Let's see. Yeah, so the paper, that's the paper on the second one has to go behind the paper on the first one, but in between the wheel. That's where we're at. And then part number 210 on board number 8 locks it all up. It's right in the middle there. Let's see, it's all additional parts in here, so we're done with board number 8 also. And that one we need, I would wax a little bit of these little tabs here. And then that locks that whole mechanism up. So make sure all these little round pieces are through the holes. I don't know if you can see it. 1, 2, 3, 4. So there, it's still 0, 0, still good. And then moving on to page number 66. And we lock it all, close it all up with nice little display, Quidditch pitch. Turn to reset. That's the last piece on the paper. That one's gonna go in. And then these all gonna go into these 4 little slots. On the side, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. So we can go into the one side slots, a little bend. Top and at bottom, all 4 slots, and then we put two 11s right here, right over this. The 2 11s are on board number 3 and 5, and we got no more parts left, so those are the 2 last parts that we need to put onto this sub-assembly. Locking it up. All right, next we got one more paper. It says Gryffindor 0, and that one's gonna go right into the slot at the front. There's 2 little slots and a little part. I'm gonna slide it in. And oops. To hold it in together. And you slide it behind UGears, and it's gonna have 0, 0, 0. And the last step is we insert these little balls into the front, and you got your assembly complete. That's our G. Now we go into the preparing for the game. Alright, so make sure the model is assembled properly and all moving elements work in the correct manner. So chest snitch gives you the idea of what is what, and then you take the balls out. Alright, the preparation for the game. Where's the English? Make sure the model, okay, so we got all the names are there, you win button, score button, and so on. Take the snitch, yellow ball, from the chest and place it on a designated spot on the left ramp. So we're gonna try to play the game for a second there. So we pull the chest, open it up, and we take the snitch. It goes on the left hand side here, right in this spot. And then we insert the other three balls. Place the three quaffles, red balls, into the space located in the front left of the model. So there's a little tab here, and we throw those in there. Next step is raise the targets 14 by pressing the buttons in the central part of the playing field. So 1, 2, 3, all those targets are raised. Make sure the scoreboard 21 shows 3 zeros. We got those already preset. So in order to reset those, there is that little button that you installed. It should be, as you rotate it, make sure that everything is rotating properly. So there's a little sticking. You need to help it a little bit with the large wheel that is sticking out. So there's probably some burrs. I don't know if you can see, but as I'm rotating, the numbers switch. So we need to go all the way to 0. And make sure that everything works. So 9 works, 8 works. So now I cleared all the burrs that were in there. So everything is rotating nice and smooth. Hopefully you can see it on the video. So all of them are rotating nice and easy, and I'm resetting it to 0. All right, so the ball back into the place. Let's see, all set, everything is set. Step number, starting the game. Press and hold the new game button. Until all the balls move to the right. They're supposed to. And we need to make sure that everything works. Almost. I lost. Two balls. Alright, there is a little bit of a step that's blocked off the ball. Let's try again. So insert it into here. Start the game. All the balls move to the right. This one's on here. Now we need to serve a quaffle onto the playing field. Press the button 7 located on the front right of the model. Then pull the trigger towards you and quickly release. So let's see. 6, we pull it back. So first we load the ball by pressing the button here on the bottom. As you can see, the ball, I don't know if you can see it, but the ball jumped up front, and then we quickly release it and play the game. Oh, I lost the ball. Then we just continue to load the ball. Try to shoot one out. Need a little bit more power on these rubber bands probably. Keep on losing. And the third ball, yay! Throw it on the second one. Try again. So the whole idea, I guess, is to get, need to put a little bit more rubber band in there. The whole idea is to get the ball right here, go over this little step, and then once you get it here, it's gonna come down and drop this ball, and it's caught. So that's the idea, to get that Quidditch, right? Let's see. Center. So a player controls the game by pressing the buttons on the side, like I just did. The player task is to hit the quaffle, red ball, through one of the rings on the opponent's side of the field. However, the quaffle may be hindered by the targets. Targets can be knocked down by hitting them with the ball, as well as the keeper, Ron Weasley, and beaters, Fred and George Weasley. Let's see, next page would be after passing through an opponent's ring. Obviously, you guys don't have to listen to all that. You can read the instructions yourself. I'm just wondering myself what it is. After passing the ball, the quaffle returns to the holding area to serve, and the player adds 10 points to his score by pressing the button on the right of the scoreboard. If a quaffle passes through the... So when you press this button, the score changes to 10. I don't know if you saw that or not, but let me guess. So that's another option that it's supposed to work. I'm losing all the balls here. So when you press it on the left, the score is supposed to change. It doesn't work in the horizontal direction for some reason. So the same thing with the rubber band, it needs a little adjusting, but eventually it's going to get to 9, then it'll switch over to 10. There we go. Need to help a little bit this to get everything adjusted inside the little mechanism. There we go, 20. 30, so play around with it, and after like 2-3 tries it should work nice and perfect. Hopefully you see the numbers switching, and keep on going, and so on. Or you can help it with the little dial in the back to reset the score to 0-0. And I guess a few more pointers. Let's see with the balls. So playing the game, and the left hand side. Let's see. The left hand side will tell you that you scored 150. If you win, that's if you catch a snitch. So, and then after you're done with the game, reset the score, reset these little tabs, and then put the balls back into the compartment, a little chest, and then you can hide that chest back into the game. Okay. That's after you complete the game. Pull all the balls out, lock the chest, and put it in the front. So we're completed the assembly of Quidditch. If there are any questions, do not hesitate to ask in the comment section below. Or you can send us email to info@ugears.us. Also, you can contact the manufacturer at customer service at ugearsmodels.com. We will try to reply within 24 hours, 24 to 48 hours, I want to say. Sometimes we do need to get extra answers and stuff. And this concerns everything: part replacement, any questions on the model and assembly, and so on, so on. Also, leave a good review if you guys purchased that model, or not a good review if you didn't like it. And then just feel free to leave any comment below. Also, we like to read them, and we like to sometimes respond. In either case, if you need part replacement, you can contact info@ugears.us or customer service at ugearsmodels.com. I went over it in the beginning of the video on what you get and how you get it. There is a small shipping fee if you didn't purchase it from me directly, but if you ordered from the manufacturer, then we'll ship it at no charge. Also, don't forget to visit our sister site, which is ukidstoys.com. We have UGears there, as well as some other toys that may be interested for you, for your kids, and so on. Some fidgets and some other like wooden Legos and stuff like that. Once again, thank you for being with me. Thank you for sitting through this assembly patiently. I know it's a little too long, but it is a pretty large model, and it is fairly advanced level. We'll see you guys next time with a different model. And this was Dimitri with Ukidz LLC and ugears.us or ukidstoys.com. We'll see you later.